Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Okay. See you shortly. She's not taking it. She's coming back into the airport. 30. So she'll be here in about 30 minutes.
At 6:42.
Okay, so when we get started, I'm gonna ask you to, Commissioner Holt, would you do the prayer?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner White to do the pledge.
Everyone, please stand. Bow your heads, please. Dear gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you as your public servants for the freedom you have graced us with to meet with our staff, guests, contractors, and community citizens this evening. We ask for the blessings of wisdom and civility to discuss and act with discernment on the business before us. We thank you for our men and women in uniform across the world, dear Lord, who defend our freedom and all our freedoms at home and support those who struggle to defend their own. Protect them, dear Lord, and keep their families close until their return home. May you provide resolution and peace to our brethren in Israel and the Middle East, as only you can do in your time. May we remain in faith until such time. We ask that you remain close to all our first responders who give us of their time and risk their own health and well-being to protect and keep our own. Dear God, bless them all. May we remember, dear Lord, in these troubling and unsettled times that you have made us for yourself, and our hearts remain restless until it rests in you. And it is written in Genesis chapter 1, verse 27, so God created humankind in his image. In the image of God he created them all. May we remain with each other as God would have us to be. In your holy name, dear God, we pray and give thanks for these things. Amen. Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. I want to thank Commissioner Hope and Commissioner Green for the prayer and the pledge of allegiance. Okay. Do we have any additions or deletions?
No, ma'am.
Madam Vice Mayor, I have something that I'd like to add under old business so that we can have discussion, discernment, action, and decisions if need be at this dais, and that is the citizen Ms. Lori Costello's repeated questions. I'd like to take each one, 1 through 12. She's present. Thank you this evening with us. And I'd like us to put those 12 items with an answer to rest. And I have my copy for any citizenry that would like to see the 12 questions she continues to ask, if we need to make copies. That's the only item I'd like to add under old business, please.
Any other?
Madam Vice Mayor, you have a motion, you need a second.
Who made the motion?
I asked that to be added as old business.
I'll second.
Thank you.
It was motioned by Commissioner Hope and second by Commissioner White. Any questions?
Public comment.
Oh, any public comments? I'm sorry. Okay. Any other commissioner comment? Okay. All in favor of the motion by saying aye?
Aye.
All opposed? So it's passed 4-0 to add Commissioner Hope request. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor.
Madam Mayor, I will make a motion to adopt the agenda.
I second that.
Any public comments? I'm sorry, any other commissioner comments, any public comments? So it was motion by Commissioner White and second by Commissioner Hope. All in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
All opposed by saying nay. So that passed 4-0 also. Okay, so
I will make a motion. Madam Mayor, I will make a motion to adopt the consent agenda, but I do have a couple of questions on item 3.
okay.
I second.
Okay. Any other commission
Yes,
questions?
I do.
Okay.
On, it's in the bank statements. And it would be under the Solid Waste and Water Fund. There is a transaction for, cash management transfer, DR. And it says funds transfer to DEP to update per FDEP. What is that? I'm asking.
Yeah.
City manager.
Unfortunately, we don't have the pages numbered, so
Yeah, it's the, all I can tell you is the solid waste and water fund. And it's the first page. No, it would be, the date would be 5/09. It would be the third page of the solid waste and water fund. Third from the bottom. You see it? We'll just have. And it goes on to show you.
Commissioner White, could you use your microphone for the recording?
Had it on, I apologize, it was on.
Commissioner White, for purposes of the minutes and the public, it may be best to just repeat what you're asking about, given now that your mic's on.
Okay. I'm asking about a transfer from one account to another per FDEP. And if you have the bank statements, it's the third page of the Solid Waste and Water Fund.
Is it the $300?
It is $300.
Can you hear me? Yeah. On the solid waste water fund, there is a cash management transfer of $300. And do you know what that's for?
It looks like it went into our reserves.
It says cash management transfer. Okay. It's $300 interest to the reserve account for wastewater road. Okay. This is the reserve account for wastewater road.
And it's interest?
Interest.
Interest percentage went up, but they want to help, it's a big contract. For the whole,
The DP contract.
yes.
Yes. Okay.
There is. This is Cindy on the phone. I do have another one. It is in the water account also. Has Waste Pro been paid out of that yet?
No, they're being paid out of our regular account.
Out of general funds?
And it's being refunded. Yes.
Why is it being, oh, okay. Well,
Because there's a hold on it, won't let me pay it through the other account.
okay.
Is it right here? Is a whole couple?
He won't let her pay it. Okay. I understood you to say there's a,
Yeah,
it's coming out of general funds.
and then it's transferred back, yes.
Well, why would it be transferred? Okay, so you will transfer it back from the wastewater, okay. Okay. Okay, that's all I have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other commissioners' comment?
Not from,
Any public comment?
So instead of the water fund, it is now called the Solid Waste and Water Fund. Is that correct?
It's always been,
Pardon me?
Madam Mayor,
It used to just be the water
but it
fund.
included the solid
Right,
waste,
right,
garbage
okay.
and,
I just want to make sure I wasn't missing anything in here. Now, so where was it taken out of the general fund at?
it has it, yeah.
Oh, it hasn't. Okay,
Talking about waste pro?
yes.
It has it, yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay, moving right on. So,
We have a motion on the floor.
that motion by you and second by, was it Commissioner Hope or? It was Grant, okay. So, it's been a motion by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Green. Okay. All in favor by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed by saying no, nay, I'm sorry. Okay, so it goes 4-0. Okay, so are we on the guess right?
I'm sorry?
So we're on item 2.
Yes.
Okay. The
No,
first,
we're on, yes, yes.
yeah, Felicity.
Felicity.
Oh.
Felicity Apple.
Felicity Apple.
Good evening, Madam Vice Mayor, Commission, Felicity Appel, Kimley Horn. Nice to see you all again. Appreciate you excusing my unexpected absence last month. Included in your packets should have been my memo that summarized the projects that we're working on, and there was a few exhibits attached, so I'll just run through it real quick, and then, as always, happy to answer any questions. Kimley Horn does continue to provide grant administration services for the community center, doing that paperwork, meeting with the architect to make sure that he continues to move forward. If you remember, he came, I believe it was 2 months ago, and to show you all the facades and stuff like that, and he's been continuing to work on the interior of the building as well. For the water project, we've completed those drawings and had our pre-application meetings with the permitting agencies, and we'll be submitting the permits for water in the next week or two. And once we get those permits, that's when we'll be able to bid. Just a reminder, as of right now, we only have grant funding for the construction of a portion of it, not for the whole thing, because it is a total of about 4.5 miles of water line that we are proposing to replace and loop and things like that. It's those projects that, you know, were in the water master plan from a couple years ago, still working on getting all of those funded. As of right now, we plan to prioritize the, I believe it's called the Family Life Church over there by the fire department, whose water line is currently running through some private property, and bringing a public water line and new meter to them and extending that water line to complete a loop there. Wastewater, we've been continuing to partner with Newberry on that, moving towards getting the final permits. We are submitting for the rest of the construction funding this month, both from the water quality grant from DEP, which is of course our first hope because it will be 100% grant funded, as well as the DEP Clean Water SRF loan grant combo application. So we should have answers on both of those by August, and then we could know exactly how much grant funding we'll have on construction. Included in your packet was just a little exhibit showing, when I say like the in-town portion, so that is the area of town that I'm talking about that we are permitting right now for septic to sewer. And then sort of the out of town is just the force main that goes to Newberry. So when I refer to permitting in town or out of town, that's kind of what I'm talking about, and I just wanted to provide that visual to you all in case you were unclear, if citizens had any questions on that. We currently do not have any updates for you all on the Army Corps project. They are expected to have their initial flood study results this month, and there's a meeting scheduled, I believe the 3rd Wednesday, so that's next Wednesday, where they should present their findings, and then we can move forward from there. And then finally, we have finished the phase 1 of Laurel Hill Cemetery, where we're going and collecting survey information to eventually end up at a GIS database that you all will have and the city can use when they're assigning plots or for people to look up loved ones, things like that. And so the surveyor who did that work is actually here tonight. His name's Brian Murphy, and I'm going to ask him to come up and run through the presentation that was provided in your packet so he can show you what he did. And then once he's done with that, if there's any questions, I'll come back up.
Thank you, Felicity. My name is Brian Murphy, surveyor out of Gainesville, Florida, and owner of 3002 Surveying. I appreciate the opportunity to do this work for the city of Archer. Next slide. So our scoping, we scoped this out as a phase 1 because we didn't have an idea as to how involved it was going to be without knowing how many burial plots are out there. So we broke it out into phases, assembling as much information as we were provided. There's some historical surveys that were done, actually not too long ago. We acquired some drone imagery over the entire cemetery, located monuments and took photos of the headstones and footstones, and essentially created a preliminary GIS database. And for those of you who aren't familiar with what GIS is, if you can imagine just a spreadsheet that correlates to geospatial information. So next slide, please. So this is the final ortho image, which is basically all the imagery that's kind of pieced together and with some ground control points. So the black and white circles that you see there are the surveyed ground control points that we use to essentially kind of lock down the aerial imagery and get it more positionally accurate. Next slide. This slide just shows all the 214 photos that we took from the drone and stitched them together, and you can see the ground control points in there is green. And then behind that is a sparse 3D point cloud, which is, well, the software essentially generates a 3D model as part of the process. Next slide. This is just an example of one of the ground control points if you're interested in regards to the kind of geeking out over the technology, but we go in and survey photo identifiable points that we can locate in the imagery and also locate in the on the ground. So we survey it in using some high-end GPS equipment. And essentially, each one of those ground control points will typically have about 20 different photos that overlap with it so that we can kind of tighten up the resulting aerial imagery. Next slide, please. This slide is just to show a comparison between the ortho imagery that you get from the property appraiser, which is there at the bottom, and the ortho imagery that was created from the drone. So it definitely helps provide a lot better context. You can see the headstones a lot better as well. Next slide, please. So this is an example of the resulting geolocation of the headstones. It's not like your typical survey project to where if you see you know, edge of pavement or corner of pavement, you survey that in. So instead we basically surveyed just in front of the headstones as we were taking a photo of it. Within the attribution in the upper right-hand corner, you'll see basically a number of different attributes, including a photo identifiable point number, the northing, easting, elevation. We have a monument description, so either like headstone or footstone or miscellaneous. The name on the headstone, the description, if there's an epitaph or anything like that, and then the date, and then also a photo file path that's associated with that. Next slide, please. And this is what it looks like essentially in the attribution table, just like an Excel spreadsheet, but again, it's all tied to those points that you see on the map. Next slide. And this is the result. We actually started in the northeast corner, and as we collected, I think we had collected about 100 headstones per the scope that was laid out. And then because we had some historic, the phase 2 of the cemetery to the west, we wanted to pick up some of the headstones over there in order to show representation of the plot layout that was done by CHW and correlate the location of those headstones with the plot layout. So next slide, please. So this was the survey that was done by CHW. I believe it was done, I can't see the date on there, but it was within the last 10 or 20 years. And they broke out the cemetery, and within that plot layout are what we as surveyors consider permanent reference monuments. So each one of those blocks has a capped iron rod, a 5/8 inch rebar with a cap on it. And so in order for us to correlate that into the real world, we had to go and survey those corners in. Next slide. So this is what that looks like. We basically reverse engineered their CAD file or their drawing and brought it in and converted it into GIS, and then each one of those green points are the PRMs that we located to associate the location of the plot corners into the GIS. Next slide, please. So this is an example of the orthoimagery overlaid with the plot lines and the PRMs, and you can see the location of the burial plots in relationship to the actual plot lines that were surveyed. Next slide. And then this is zoomed out just into a different location, and you can see some of the actual GIS surveyed points of the headstones correlated with the plot lines. Next slide. Our expectation is that with the next phase of this project, we'll continue to locate headstones to incorporate into our GIS. I understand, I think amongst some of the initial conversations that I had regarding this project, that some of the concerns were in regards to not necessarily the marked graves, but potentially there being some unmarked graves on within the cemetery as well. So we'll address that down the road. But I feel that probably the first step is to locate that which we know is there and then figure out the next steps from there. Do you have any questions for me?
I have one, Madam Vice Mayor. At what juncture would this be listed for those that are followers of Find a Grave, which is a phenomenal ancestry finding opportunity to go to the dead to find who's where and what. But I know that my wife is just a staunch supporter of that, and when she looks up for family that's at Little Hill, there's not a listing of the headstone or a photo at this juncture. Would this provide that for something like?
I'm not. I've looked at that website briefly to research the cemetery. I would have to look into how we could basically take our bulk data set and kind of push it to their website.
I think it'd be more their charge to find us once we did this exercise, but it would behoove us and the genealogy of families looking for their family, because my wife has gone back to 1775 on graves to find a grave. And she's just amazed that, I guess maybe it's the historical graves in cemeteries, i.e. Atlanta and that area where it goes back that far. But I just didn't know if this was necessary to be able to get locked into their website.
We can make that as part of the scope for the next project.
Just to reach out and
phase.
say, hey, we've done this if you're interested.
Yeah. In terms of a lot of their coordinate information is in what's called WGS, lat long, and it's very easy to convert the conventional coordinate system that we use as surveyors into that coordinate system.
Okay.
And then really everything that we have is stuff that I would imagine they would be able to do on the back end.
Right.
But it seems like their website is definitely a lot more kind of geared towards the crowdsourcing community of volunteers. So it'll be interesting. Our intent was to put together a web-based GIS for the city of Archer to be able to publish this data and make it more widely accessible. But certainly if there's other sources out there that we can replicate the data to, I always feel it's better to have it in more places than just one. So,
Thank you.
you're welcome. Thank you.
Madam Mayor. I just have one thing I want to clarify. You said that CH, whatever,
The CHW?
yes, put in iron rods
Yes, ma'am.
to mark the rows, I'm assuming?
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So it would be pretty easy then to mark a grave. The reason I'm asking, I have grandparents that are buried up there, and we have a lot but somebody decided they needed part of it. Okay. I don't know if it was marked or not, but anyway, so this would, the guys that mark the graves would be able to find these rods, go down through there and know the lots?
Theoretically, yes.
Okay.
I've given some thought into this, and I don't know what the qualifications are for those who, put the loved ones to rest and dig the graves. So, yeah, depending if they were fortunate enough to have those in place at the time, having some understanding as to how to locate them and locate the burial plot.
But they are in place now.
In that phase of the cemetery, which is the further west portion, they are there, but I'm not, I don't have any records in regards to any other ones that were placed further east between that phase and the park.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the commissioners? Any other public questions?
Hi, how are you? Good, how are you? I'm looking at the paper, so maybe you've already said it. Good evening. Roberto Lopez. You mentioned finding graves, and I'm in that business. So have you used ground penetration radar?
We have not used any, I'll get up to the microphone.
Ground penetration radar.
We have not used any ground penetrating radar yet. That was not part of the initial scope, so we're only locating the head zones that are readily available presently.
I see. So to find her, Commissioner White, you would probably have to do something like that, right?
That is correct.
And in that particular area, you may be able to, it may be a stone here with a name on it, and next to it, it may be other that you find through ground penetration radar? That could possibly connect her lot to that,
That is possible, yes.
but it's not on your scope.
That was not in our scope for doing ground penetrating radar.
Wouldn't be a bad idea.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, thank you.
Any further comments questions for Felicity?
Miss Felicity Spiel.
I can fill you in on Thursday.
It's okay.
Madam Vice Mayor, I do have a question of Felicity, if I could. And I'm probably representing those that are jumping the gun with excitement or whatever with the first phase of the wastewater. But I've received a couple of questions, and I'm certainly not the engineering source, asking about if they have, if a resident that's in phase one that's scheduled has more than one septic tank that needs to be downed and then connected with the, how can that citizen know which way they're gonna connect if they're on two thoroughfares?
They have two septic tanks connected to the same house.
Like a grease trap on the kitchen side that's probably half the size of a, the question I'm getting is who's responsible for that? If they've got two different connections and it doesn't all source to one septic tank, if it's two
Yeah.
septic tanks because the property is laid out such that they're serviced by two septic tanks.
I would first ask that you send me that address so I can look, but that's
Okay.
why we had the surveyors come out and they were supposed to pick all of that stuff up. And our design does account for picking up those services.
Okay.
However, if I don't know about it, I cannot address it, so if I got that address, I could
And
double
it'd be
check.
better to do it now than wait until,
Correct,
okay.
yes.
especially if it's an older property. I mean,
Yes.
okay, I would just direct them to contact you direct and just give them, or,
If somebody could give their address to Tony, I can look into it, and then
and
I
then
can provide
reference
that
what they're
information.
asking about, then it can
Yeah,
get to you.
just
and-
let me know that it's that property with the 2 tanks that you brought up in the commission
And that was the
meeting.
concern, is they wanted to make sure that
Right,
there was the knowledge of more than one septic tank or a septic
Definitely.
tank and a grease trap or whatever, and, you know, how's that gonna work, so.
yes,
Okay,
yes.
thank
Give me
you.
their address and I'll look into it.
All right, thank you very much.
You're
That's all I have, Madam Vice Mayor. Thank you. Thank you, Phyllis.
No problem. All right, thank you.
And I'm gonna turn the reins back over to the Mayor Bailey.
Hello, everyone. Sorry for my tardiness, but my flight got changed. So I'm literally just running in. All right, so number 2, we're at guest number 2, Archer Community Outreach Organization, fee waiver for September 26th.
Good evening to each of you. I am Evangelist Phyllis Stevens. The Archer Community Revival, our 8th year, will be in September. So we're asking if you can waive the fees for that revival, and it's going to be again at the Maddox Park. And the dates are that Thursday and Friday, September 26th and September 27th, starting at 7 p.m. nightly. And of course, we're asking for the bathroom facilities and the lights. And as you know, the parking.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I will make a motion to waive the fees on this because this is an annual event open to the public and to supply the lights and the restrooms.
Thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any commissioner discussion on the motion? None? Public discussion on the motion? No discussion. All right, seeing none, let's go to a vote. All in favor of the motion on the floor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed likewise. Motion carries 5-0. Congratulations.
Thank you. And we would love for each of you to join us on those 2 nights, because it has been a joyous success, and we come with the word, praise, and worship just for the community to come together. So if you are available those 2 nights, please join us. It's a community event.
Yes, ma'am, and thank you guys for putting it together every year. I actually was thinking about it. I think it was last month because my pastor said something about a community revival, and I looked at the calendar. I was like, wait a minute, it's not September or October. And then I said,
approaching.
I wish I knew how to contact Miss Phyllis, but and then you show up tonight. So I always look forward to it.
Yes.
So you will see me there sometime. My schedule will be real busy at school time at that time, but I'll definitely be there.
Okay.
And thank you again.
Thank you all.
All right, public announcements, and we're gonna do announcements first, and then we'll go into public comments. Are there no announcements? Nothing going on? What is today? It is June.
11.
Well, we have a Juneteenth program, but it's with Newberry. Do you have that flyer, Vice Mayor, for the date and where it's at? All right, Will, you have no? Okay, I thought you had one. All right, Vice Mayor is gonna look for the date for the Juneteenth program that we're doing in conjunction with Newberry. And then the 4th of July, program that we're actually doing on July 6th? Okay. All right, so the Juneteenth program is when?
June 15th from 4 to 8.
June 15th from 4 to 8. If you're interested, and where is it? Sorry. You would.
At the Freddie Womack.
Freddie Walmack Center in Newberry. Okay. So, is that on Facebook so I can share it? All right. All right, seeing that there are no more public announcements, let's go to public comment. That is correct. Town hall meeting on Thursday, June 13th at 6:30 at the community center. So, town hall meetings are held quarterly and everybody is welcome. And it is, not a, what do I want to call it? Official meeting. So we handle it differently. So any concerns, any ideas that you have, you can bring them at that time. And I do, try to jot them down. And if it's something that we could do, then I get to work on trying to make it happen. So.
Madam Mayor, I commend you because it's also, you select a guest panel
I do.
for information. And just as an aside, I ask, I meet with David Tyler, District 2 DOT representative and planning manager on a regular basis with North Central Florida Planning. And I know there's been, I don't know if you all have received questions, but I've received some questions about four-laning and widening of 24 and how, when, how many projects are there. So I just reached out at the last, representing us at the North Central Florida Planning Council, and asked David Tyler to our town hall meeting, thinking it was last Thursday, and then it was this Thursday. He had made himself available last Thursday. He can't make it this Thursday. So now I've asked him, and this is fresh off the pipe, Tony, but I asked him, would he avail himself to be a guest speaker at our city hall meeting, because that would, rather than having to wait 3 more months, so that he could give the exact details of the DOT-sponsored projects for the four-laning from Bronson all the way into to 75th, and the way they're doing it. So
thank you. And I want to say, if I haven't said, please, everybody, you are free to invite people that have interest in our city. So if you know there's someone that wants to do something in the city or needs to do something in the city, please feel free to invite them to our town hall meetings.
And again, I commend you because you do a wonderful job of that for information.
Well, thank you. I try hard. All right. So where are we? Public comments. 3 minutes. Please state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
I just have a question, clarification, Felicity, on the map, Don Hanchy resident. And the blue lines are the actual pipeline, right?
Yeah, so that's essentially like the limits of disturbance.
So these property here, here, and here won't be a third one?
No.
So,
Familiar, it goes downhill.
so two things, if he doesn't mind. I need him to state his name and Felicity. Oh, we didn't hear you. And then I was going to say Felicity, if you could just sum up what.
Don Hanchy resident.
So we're talking about County Road 346, just east of Archer Woods. Currently, the first phase of the project is not going beyond the Archer Woods neighborhood. It goes downhill right there. We're trying to keep this project as close to the original budget as possible, so that increases the cost by several $100,000 just to add that additional lift station. So at this time, it's only going as far east as Archer Woods.
Okay, because originally I was told that property was in the plan.
So this is our current design right now, yes.
Okay.
So the intent, I think there's interest from several other landowners continuing down 346, but We want to bring sewer to everybody. We can't bring sewer to everybody and make it affordable in phase one,
Yep.
unfortunately.
No, I just wanted clarification because I was told
Yes.
earlier that those properties were in phase one.
And it might have been in the preliminary engineering report, which is a planning document.
Okay.
And then when we get the actual survey in, start laying it out and getting costs, it does change slightly.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Lori Costello, citizen. So how many households is going to be hooked up? I understand there has been some changes since it came out, I don't know, a year ago or something. How many households now is being hooked up?
So you have that number or approximation?
Yes. Excuse me. Based on our last count, I believe it was in the neighborhood of 229 homes and then 30-something, well, I can't remember the commercial number off my head, but it was 229 homes, and then there's the commercial institutional, which is like churches and stuff like that, but I'd have to look that one up. So, yes, but the residences is 229.
So not even half.
Our initial phase total connections was 306, so right now it's 229 plus all the businesses and stuff like that, so I don't know the total number off my head. Yeah,
Thank you.
yes.
So I have a question is, it's been months and months and months. I've been trying to get some of the street signs repaired in my neighborhood. There's a historic sign that's just covered with trees and it's filthy. I mean, it's to the point that the historic sign is going to need replaced because it's calcified. And once they get calcified, you usually can't clean them. It's so bad. Another one is the street sign is just hanging by a thread. Some of them are bent, some of their things are,
It's an old agenda item that I've added, that we're gonna have a complete agenda topic on these. That's one of your 12 questions.
Okay.
You've identified those.
Okay.
That helps you with your 3 minutes.
is sidewalks in there too? I can't remember.
Again, I offered the
Okay.
12 things you're asking about that we need to answer tonight.
I don't know whether the street signs were in there. I have no idea.
I'm pretty sure they are.
Street signs, but
Ah, okay, great. And the sidewalks? Okay, well, let me go on just to the next one. So the credit report, I didn't understand the credit report at all. Will I be able to call City Hall for somebody, or can the mayor kind of show the citizens how to read that credit report that y'all got the last meeting? Because I really didn't know how to read it a bit.
No, but we did talk about it. So, Tony, you want to go through and explain again what you said about it? That it wasn't, that we don't have one because we are a government entity? You
Madam
wanna
Mayor?
Explain how, yeah.
I wanted to, this is one of the things I looked into. The city of Newberry has only just been issued a credit rating in the past month for the first time ever. And they're a much larger city with much larger projects. They have bonds. So I think the problem is right now is that the city of Archer is just not large enough to have a credit rating. I got an email from Mike New this week saying they were very excited about it. And I mean, it was like a big deal for them. So I think that that's the difference between Newberry and Archer is going to be that size, the level of socioeconomic development, and the bonding.
in the bonding.
Oh, I
That's
see.
what I understood.
'Cause there was-
Bonding is the
It's
key.
the size of the city, it's whether the city has issued bonds for major construction projects or not. If the city has not issued bonds, you are not going to have a credit rating, period.
Okay, so,
Newberry has one, Alachua has one, and they're about the only cities other than Gainesville that has a credit rating in Alachua County.
okay, so, Ms. Costello, you have less than 30 seconds left.
Okay,
So,
there was, I know that there was some information on that credit report, and I really didn't understand it, so that
Madam
was my
Mayor.
question. Thank you.
It was not a credit report.
right.
It was not a credit report. It was some type of statement from like 2016, 2014, something like that. I didn't understand it. I
Okay.
don't think anybody understood it.
Okay, good.
It's not a credit. It was not a credit rating, it was not a credit report.
That was a report from a company called LexisNexis that we use to do credit checks on people. I took a shot at it to see if they would have something on us, and that's what came out of it. I didn't even understand it.
Okay, good. All right, thank you.
No, you know, we might have to go back to that.
Okay.
Roberta Lopez, Madam Mayor. I pulled the travel authorization form today. And I know that we used to fill these out when we traveled. And I requested our accountants, Cindy's, and Deanna wrote me back and said there was nothing. And I only requested it for the year. So it's hard for me to believe that there were no travel done, expenses or anything by Cindy. So that I would like to have checked out. And I would also like to encourage that every one of our employees use this form, because it does have food, cars, all kinds of things on here that you can write down that you use in your expenses and all that good stuff. So that's very, very important. This is another record-keeping situation. The other thing, Mayor Bailey, last month, in May, I think it was the 13th meeting, you mentioned the Y coming, but there were no details. So I don't know if they're gonna be there Monday through Friday,
The details were given to the city hall, and I don't have them with me, but they were given to city hall, and it was for a certain period of time, and I can't remember. I think it's the last 2 weeks that they needed it, but I don't remember those dates.
That's great. So I'm requesting public records from Mr. Hammond, and I would like to have that.
I don't think there are public records for that. It
What was
was
that for?
the YMCA working with the kids. I just
No,
asked
I
them.
meant talking about their plan and what the schedule is. If it's not public records, I can just ask you to give it to me.
No, you can just ask them when we get, when they come.
You say he does have them.
I said I sent the dates to him.
Okay.
Or
So
called him with
what
the
I'm
dates.
requesting, and the reason I'm requesting this, because if they are there Monday through Friday, and I think they were there last year on a Friday.
Monday through Friday or Thursday.
What was it?
It's gonna either be Thursday or Friday.
Okay, on Friday, we may have an event on Saturday. So who's gonna come in and clean up after them? Because if we have to bring in our guys from Public Works, that means that they gotta get paid, what, overtime or something, because they don't work on Friday. So, and we ran into that problem with Ms. McMillan, if you recall.
Yes, ma'am.
And because the next day it was a mess, and so I'm just trying to ask you to please come up with a plan for that. And I would like to know how it works, because that's very important not to use overtime for something like this.
Thank you.
Good evening, Bill Lewandowski.
Hello.
I have no complaints.
Oh,
Well, I do have one, a little bit, for my wife, not for me. So the first thing is, I'm going to be sending Mr. Hammond a list of names from Memorial Day for certificates or of appreciation. Does that require commission action, or can I just send it to him? Doesn't
No,
require.
you could send it to him.
Okay, I'll send it to you.
Give it to me, and I'll do the certificates up for their signature.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, the next thing is, so last Thursday, I had confronted the folks from Waste Pro. They were coming around and picking up the trees, the large pickup that they do. So there were some things that I had cut that were on my property and was also as 138th Lane extends. I had trimmed some trees along 138th Lane. And the guy told me that he could not pick them up because the city had cut them. And I assured him the city did not cut them, I cut them. Didn't believe me, essentially called me a liar. And so I called the city to let them know. And to make a long story short, those clumps of trees still have not been picked up. And I cut those almost like 4 weeks ago.
And guess who called me today? Dana. I was just getting off the plane and she called. So I will gladly call her back tomorrow because she wanted to know how things were going because I actually complained. So I'm gonna reach back out to her and let her know.
Yeah, the
what's
guy
going on
actually
with that.
could not believe that I could trim trees. Well, I guess I'm a little old man, so I guess that explains it.
What street was that again?
138th Lane.
138th Lane.
Correct,
Thank
yeah,
you.
138th Lane, yeah, that's correct. And Joni, your son was there watching me, so I have
He came home and
proof.
He told me about it.
Yes, I have
He came
proof.
home and he told me that Mr. Lewandowski had trimmed the trees and that he had piled the brush out there. And I was supposed to call City Hall and ask them to pick it up. And I'm sorry.
No worries, I just wanted to bring it to
But
everybody's
Scott
attention.
did mention it, yes.
Okay.
And
The last thing, this is from my wife, so she was wondering whatever happened to the dog park. I know that you guys had collected some donations on it a couple years ago, so she was wondering what the status is of it.
We have a grant in right now, we're waiting to see where it goes.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
That's not a complaint. Thank you. And tell her hello.
I will, thank you.
Thank you for all your coordination of the Memorial Day events.
Yes, goodness.
It was a great event.
Yep, both of them. Well, okay.
I don't have a complaint.
It's gonna be a good meeting.
Brenda Skinner, I am a resident. I am also a member of the First Archer Methodist Church, and I am here to invite all of our commissioners and all of the people of our town to come to the free community dinner that we will be having on Friday, June 21st. We've been doing these quarterly now for a year and a half. And hopefully we'll continue to do these. This month we are having a picnic on the grounds and we're serving hot dogs and rolls and baked beans and chips and salads and homemade desserts. The salads are coming from Young's Kitchen and from the Deer Camp. They're providing one of our salads. So we would love to have everybody come and join us. Dinner is from 5:30 to 7. And if you'd like to, you can stay afterwards and join us for karaoke as well. Everything is free. So come on down.
Thank you.
I did make it to the last one, I believe.
And I usually go, I didn't make it to the last one, but yeah, it's always
It
fun.
was good.
You can, hello.
My name is Joe Gansey. We own, where I own 10 acres off of Route 45, and I'm trying to get some information on the sewer lines that are going in and whether or not we'd be able to hook up to it eventually, and I think you would be the point of contact for that. Is that correct?
Yeah, you can give your questions to Tony and I'll get you answers through him.
Okay, and that would be to Mr. Charles Hammond. All right. Is there a link or anything online that I'd be able to go in and look without bothering you, without having to bother you?
I've got some maps, if you want to stop by, we can look at them.
Okay.
I have mine. It's here. Somewhere it's
I
here.
should be out back behind that one.
Yeah, there it is.
Is that maps?
Yeah, yeah.
That's those phases and everything?
That's the first phase, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, folks.
If you need further, look at a bigger one, you can come by, we can look at the one on the wall.
All right, sounds
Okay.
good, thank you.
I'm guessing that's it. We're going to the planning calendar.
Item A, Town Hall meeting on Thursday, June the 13th, 6:30 PM, Archer Community Center. Item B, City Hall will be closed on Wednesday, June the 19th for observance of Juneteenth Day. Item C, City Hall will be closed on Thursday, July the 4th for observance of the 4th of July holiday. Item D, 4th of July event will be Saturday, July the 6th from 2 to 9:30 PM, 1.5 miles west of the Santa Fe Community College off Archer Road. And item E, the City Commission meeting will be Monday, July the 8th at 6 PM at City Hall.
Thank you. And I did talk with St. Philip's Lodge about doing security again for us and the parking. And he he said he's pretty sure that he will. If anything changes, he'll get back with me. So I'll check back with him tomorrow. All right, old business. We were supposed to do something on old business?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
I added this regarding,
good. Ms. Costello, for,
pacifying myself as well as us as the dais in trying to provide delineated answers. This is an email, and again, I respectfully ask the diligence and patience of the attending citizenry regarding this. But in respect to Ms. Costello, I want to finish some of these things, Ms. Costello, because it seems that your dialogue adds more and more questions to questions that you say have not been answered, that go all the way back to September of 2023 at this last juncture of this email. For the courtesy to the group, I'm going to read this for record. This is from Lori Costello on Friday, June 7th, 2024 at 9:56 p.m., sent to everyone on the dais, our attorney group, Mr. Hammond as well. The subject she lists is questions for the May Commission meeting and other questions. And again, in respect to what I'm saying is, it doesn't finish the 12 before we've got 15 more, or 16 more, or 18 more. There's nothing really wrong with that other than we need to delineate, in my position, answers, and then that's as succinct as we can get with that answer on that.
Right.
If it's not something you're satisfied with, I fully respect and understand that because we have a difference of opinion. But we need to give answers, and then that's where we're at. And I'm sorry, Ms. Costello, I'm looking directly at you because it's a pleasure to have you present. But it is a level of frustration for me as a public servant that I feel like I am not providing you something that I'm not in control of. And if it's an answer that's not what you want, then that's where we're at. But if it's an answer that provides some information for you, that's our job.
all right.
So with that said, this is the dialogue she provided to us. To everyone, not one has attempted to answer any of my questions from last month, the May Commission meeting. I had 12 questions and only one question is being addressed. The email that I have emailed her, the mayor, since last September concerning time cards still is not answered. I want to stop right there because this is the oldest one that you referenced from September.
Do you have those questions? Because I have them on my email right now.
I've got this email that you sent Friday, so that is my basis for that.
All right.
The time card questions that you asked back in September regarding multiple facets of time card review. It was determined that Mr. Hammond is not consistently reviewing those time cards. That has been addressed in our meeting with our auditors as late as last month, that this is one of the items that we want them to look at. If you've missed the opportunity last month, we have assigned a liaison auditing commissioner to work with our auditors that we presently have with a scope of service that goes beyond just a financial statement audit. You got it? So it will address any review of our standard operating procedures on what is required with the time card review.
Yeah. Number
To
two.
answer your questions, no, it wasn't consistently being done by our city manager. It wasn't being complete, they weren't being completed by the staff on a consistent basis. That has been discovered and determined. Now with the auditors and our standard operating procedures, we're going to assure that from the point forward that this is discoverable, it will be taken care of and done by SOP, standard operating procedures. If we need to add additional addendums on the standard operating procedure on what to do with review of time cards, we will address that. That's your answer from me, the commissioner, your public servant. Madam Mayor, and again, I'm not trying to jump above you. If you have provided answers
I have.
with specificity, that's where I'm at as your public servant. And the most exciting thing is we've established not trying to dump it all on Commissioner Joni White, but she's going to have the open eyes to review those things. That includes all the 14 items that go back to the state audit that we were not consistently doing. But we're not going to, and again, I'm jumping the gun because one of your questions is about an independent audit. And I'll get to that answer for you because I want you to understand where we are from last month. That is the answer to that. I did receive an email back from her, the mayor, after 8 months, thanking me for my concerns, but my questions were not wondering how I get my questions answered. It is very frustrating that 9 months later, I'm still waiting on answers. I'm wondering how I get my questions answered. Your answer to that is this opportunity tonight. And I'm availing myself with the patience of the citizens sitting here to go over these and be done with them. It doesn't mean you're not going to have additional questions. We welcome those. But you can't be going back to 9 months ago, 12 months ago. If you didn't get an answer you wanted to hear, it's done. That's where we're at. Just like what I said about the time card reviews. It's an ongoing process to improve. So that's the answer to that. The mayor keeps telling everyone that she answers her emailing questions, but that is not true. That's an opinion. That's
Hello.
not. And I'm
Keep
sorry.
going. You're
This is
good.
not a court hearing. This is just an opining public servant asking for the patience from the citizens. That is your opinion, and we respect that. Every citizen has their opinion to blast, commend, complain, and even say you're a liar. And that's basically what you're saying. It's not true. I also emailed the mayor about her city-paid phone, and she again hasn't answered me. I'd like us to review and answer the specificity of that. Madam Mayor, do you have a city-paid phone that you are provided and use as our representing mayor? My question, Madam Mayor.
Yes, I do, and I don't ever remember that, but continue.
I'm sorry, this is from 9:56 p.m. Friday. She's asking
Well,
that.
and so that could be true. I did respond, but I haven't looked at any emails. 'Cause-
Again, I'm not trying to make this into a court hearing.
No,
but
I'm
your answer is
I'm
yes,
telling
the
you.
mayor has a city-paid phone.
Exactly.
In times of emergency, everyone at this dais has a city-paid emergency phone. And then I take that phone once that storm or that emergency situation is, as well as my other representatives on this dais, and we turn them back in. But we have that service provided by individual emergency phones for all of us. But the city mayor has a budgeted city phone. My question to her concerning her city-paid phone that she had for years is, has the phone been approved by the commission? Yes.
When?
Last year,
I don't remember it being.
No, it was when Corey Harris was here, and it was, and you weren't, none of you guys were part of that.
I do not
Right.
remember ever.
None of you guys
I
were here.
apologize. I do not remember ever saying that the mayor is entitled to anything more than any commissioner up here. She is commissioner first and foremost.
Y'all can have the
okay,
phone.
and we can certainly have that dialogue now. If that is something that we need to motion and update tonight and do it right now, so it's finished. But it's been a budgetary item that was included since the time of Corey Harris.
Right.
I do not ever remember it coming before the commission, nor do I remember the credit card. Those two things, I do not remember, because the mayor is a figurehead. She
We're
holds
a
the
weak
meeting,
mayor system, I absolutely, you're
and
correct.
she is entitled to no more than me, you. Any mayor, not just you, any mayor. And I have a problem with it because it sets a precedence. And I just feel like if the mayor's entitled to it, either one of us are, and this city can't afford that.
Okay. And to update Ms. Costello and her repeated question regarding that, my recommendation, and I will make a motion to that effect right now, is in our budgetary process that we're going to go through the workshops. We look at that line item, find out what the cost is on an average since the time of Corey Harris, and make a determination whether it would be continued or not. And I'm not disrespecting what you're saying weak mayor system, but that is, to me, the appropriate way to address this, and not get into argumentation tonight. And I make that motion to address this in a budgetary process in the workshops that we're about to. All right.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Motion by Commissioner Hope, a second by Vice Mayor.
In the end of my discussion on that, Madam Mayor, it's to pay you no disrespect at all, but if it's an issue,
I don't
then
feel
let's address it.
disrespected.
It's a part of the communication that we've had since Corey Harris, and we need to address that. Ms. Costello, thank you for bringing that up, but I don't want to have this diatribe back and forth, back and forth. It needs to be addressed through a budgetary process, and whether we're going to do it or not. That's all my discussion on that, but we have a motion on the floor.
Correct.
Didn't I second it?
You
Yes, ma'am.
did.
That was my last of my
Discussion.
discussion on that particular item.
No discussion.
No discussion?
Uh-huh.
All right. So I'm fine either way.
And we can address it during the workshop. I don't want to
Correct.
belabor this in respect to our citizens.
Correct, but since it's discussion, I am fine either way. Yes, the phone immediately was transferred when Corey left to me. The credit card is due, and I only use it when I go to conferences for paying for the hotel, gas, food. That way, the receipt and everything goes straight to the city. But yeah, I'm fine either way, because I take care of me. I haven't taken anything from the city. So it can go if that's what the commission desires, because I didn't ask for it, and I only use it when I'm doing city business. Additional discussion.
This is just on the phone.
Yes, ma'am. Whether the mayor has the
I did,
phone and
but
whether.
we haven't gotten to public yet.
We're only at 1/4 of your diatribe from Friday night, Ms. Costello, so we have lots more to answer for you.
So this discussion is only on us discussing it during the budget, right? I mean, we don't need a big discussion.
Tonight, on whether she gets the phone or not, it's a
Right.
budgetary item to consider with our workshops that are coming up, because we're going to be changing something from the time of Corey Harris.
Yeah, Madam Mayor,
Well, we know it, that's why we're talking about it.
It's the end of the discussion.
The dais is still talking about the motion right now. Yes, ma'am?
when the time for the vote comes, will you just pass the gavel and abstain from voting?
Yes.
Please.
I will.
Thank you, Daniel.
Additional discussion, or is that it? All right, public discussion on the motion.
Roberto Lopez again. I served on this commission about 7 years. I worked like a dog on the community center. I never had a phone. I never had a credit card, which I should have had both, because I was a project manager one time. I never had a stipend. I did it all on a volunteer basis. I don't remember any, and I've been coming to meetings ever since I moved here in 2000. I don't remember anyone, any mayor ever having those two items. And I really don't think it should happen. I really don't. That is my opinion.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez.
All righty, where's the gavel? I will pass the gavel and abstain from voting.
So there's been a motion?
Where's your microphone?
Oh,
No, there's somebody behind you.
Mr. Dinkins, did you have something?
no, she was just,
I don't live in the city.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you hear and you have an opinion.
I do have an opinion. I'm Lisa Jenkins. I live right outside of the city limit. My opinion, my personal opinion, I own a foundation. I work 24/7 on that foundation. When I go to a meeting,
I am expecting for my gas to be paid, my room and board, okay? That's my way of giving back to my foundation, and I want them to help me out. I'm not rich. That's what you're supposed to. If you're the mayor, I feel like you're supposed to be reimbursed. That's my story.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins.
They are lazy.
I mean, my recommendation to them, not to you.
They are losers.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
My name is Ronnie Arnold. I haven't attended many of these meetings before, but as a businessman, if I send someone off to go down south to attend a conference or meet a customer for lunch, I take care of that. And I don't know how you can expect a mayor or anyone on the commission to go represent the city and they not be compensated. It's just, it doesn't make sense. So, I'm not a resident of Archer yet, trying to be, but.
Hope so.
I just think, that you all work hard and you shouldn't be expected to take money out of your pocket to represent the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arnold.
So let me explain, Mr. Arnold, and thank you again, and thank you, Ms. Robinson Jenkins. Before the credit card, I just had to make sure I keep up with everything. Car rentals, hotel fees, food, all of that, and give everything to the city hall. With the credit card, because it's through the city, soon as it's swiped, they know they get the notice. So I still send the receipts, but it is on a city's card now. So it's not coming out of my personal money, and I have to wait the following month to get it back. So it just comes from them when it is happening.
Madam Vice Mayor, I think it also needs to be made clear, every one of us up here can file for travel compensation.
Correct.
We can get everything we use back on that. The concern is not, at this point in time, the credit card. The concern is the phone.
That's the motion on the table right now.
Exactly. And every one of us up here, I feel like, has a phone. Our own person. I use my own personal. You want to call me? You call me on my own personal phone. You can't get me at City Hall. You're not going to get me on a cell phone that the city provides, unless there is a storm. Then we are provided the phone. But it's only for emergencies. And, but we are compensated.
Yeah, Bill Lewandowski. So in regards to the phone, if there's an issue of privacy, which I completely understand, having, websites and all that kind of things, you start getting weird phone calls from everybody and his brother. I think a suggested potential solution, if you don't want to pay for cell phones, is you can very cheaply get a Google phone number or something along those lines where the phone call is automatically transferred to your personal phone. And if everybody already has a cell phone, it's not an issue. It's a simple thing to do. It's very, very cheap. A few dollars a month, really, to do that. And so that way you don't have to expose your own personal number, but the phone call goes to your personal phone. So just a suggestion to consider. I think it's a win-win personally, but that's up to you guys. In regards to the credit card issue, I highly suggest that if you don't want to give one person a credit card, if it's a corporate type of account, I don't know what kind of account you have, you can usually get a few credit cards. Those credit cards can be given to an individual when the individual travels and then taken back. That's a very common thing that most companies do. It's a simple thing, and I think that tracking most of the expenses from the credit card makes it easier anyway, because then you have a better tracking system for it. So those are my two recommendations based on my own personal business experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewandowski.
Don Hanchy, resident, just to tag on what he said about the phone. When I was in South Dakota doing the code enforcement for the city of Somerset, when I would call back on my private phone, you could block your number. That way, when you call, they don't get your number. And that was an easy way, but we had the same system he's talking about, where a call would go to city and be routed to my personal cell phone, but the number they saw was the number, City Hall number, not my private number. And like I said, then if I wanted to call them back on my phone, I could just, I think it's #0 or something like that, and block my number from being viewed, if you want to have that privacy. So, that's it.
There is no privacy as a public servant with municipalities, sir.
Amen.
I mean, I respect what you're saying, but it doesn't matter if it's my flip phone for $20 a month or whether it's my wife's fancy phone. If it's in my name, it's discoverable, disclosed at any time by the auditors. At the time of the audit was a perfect example, when all our phones were ready to be surrendered.
That's it.
Okay.
I already passed it out.
Okay, so we have this motion by Commissioner Hope, second by Commissioner White. Oh,
It was second by you, wasn't
was it? So I
Yes.
thought it was,
No, it wasn't. It was second by you.
okay,
During budget process.
okay, by Vice Mayor Penny. All in favor? All in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
All opposed by saying the same? Okay, so it's 4-0.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am.
And we continue Mrs. Lopez's, Costello's questions. The next line also says, also was the call she made when she was out of the country approved by the commission. Based on what we've just discovered, the answer is yes, until we review this. Since the city doesn't have a plan to cover these calls.
Go back. Say what now?
Also was the call she made and when she was out of the country approved by the commission. If it was the city phone, if it was the city phone, it was being approved. I'm answering that, yes.
Okay. No. Zoom call, but keep going. Go ahead.
Since the city doesn't have a plan to cover these calls, I believe it costs us about $50. You have more information than I do, Ms. Costello, thank you. I see the mayor's city phone is also used for personal use. I would appreciate if staff or commissioner would step up to the plate and answer my questions. I'm not at a baseball game, but I'm stepping up to answer with as much succinct ability and respect for you that I can tonight so that we can move forward, okay? Yes, ma'am, and I hate to direct straight to you, and again, I appreciate the patience of the rest of the audience tonight. I would like, if my questions be put on the agenda and be answered at a meeting. You got it. We're doing it. Most of my questions should be answered at the meetings. This is why you have commission meetings to address citizen concerns and answer questions. I agree with that, Ms. Costello, but most citizens don't ask for a lengthy agenda, old business add-on like I'm doing tonight. So you are setting a precedence and you're special. But I don't mean to say that in a way to disrespect you. I want to answer some questions for you to the degree that we can tonight. Okay? Number one question from the original questions. This is from May and before. I'm still waiting on last month's answers to the questions that I asked at the meeting. I followed up with the mayor twice, but still haven't received answers. I'm assuming those are questions that you asked in April.
Yes.
Okay, you answered your own question. Number two, I'm still waiting on answers from last September's meeting pertaining to time cards. I answered that for you tonight, saying that it was going to be an auditing process that goes beyond the financial statement audit. And it could be earmarked with our liaison commissioner to be something to be reviewed. and we respect her in a position that we've appointed her reluctantly, but I thank you, Ms. White, to be able to bring that to our attention. So this is going to be an ongoing process. It's going to improve our standard operating procedures, improve Mr. Hammond's performance, making sure that he's doing due diligence on a regular basis to improve this city business. Number 3, why do we still have Christmas lights up at City Hall? You were asking this again in May. I get off a lot of times in my retired job at night. I don't see Christmas lights still up and on in the city of Archer. Please, with succinct detail, identify, not tonight, I don't want to belabor that, but in writing to this dais, what Christmas lights you're talking about.
I will tell her right now.
Yes, Mr.
They're
Hammond.
the city lights, the Christmas lights on this building. The wires are so fragile that Calvin doesn't want to take them down because he's afraid he's going to break them.
And they'd be replaced. You have to replace them at an additional cost.
They have been up there for 4 years at least because they've never taken them down since I have been here.
Thank you, Mr. Hammond. That's your answer to that question. And until we direct him otherwise, if that's a cost savings to not replace Christmas lights, I personally don't have a problem with it. Does the rest of this dais have a problem with it?
Yeah, I do. It
Okay.
looks stupid on City Hall.
Okay?
I mean, it's like trailer park, no, and they need to come down. And if we have to purchase,
Is that a motion, Commissioner White?
yes,
Okay, I have a motion. I will second it for the sake of discussion.
It was motion now.
Take the,
Yeah, I got it. White and Hope.
I'm sorry to turn this into an act of Congress, but we need to finish some of these things. This is that ongoing old business stuff that just lingers and lingers, and it may be minutia to a lot of you guys, and I appreciate again the patience from the citizenry. But we have a motion and a second, Madam Mayor, if I understand it,
Yep,
take the
we
Christmas
have-
lights down and put them up each year.
Correct.
And whatever the consequences are, Mr. Hammond, then so be it.
it can't be $1,600. Now,
This isn't about cost, this is just about a standard operating procedure.
and I
Commissioner White.
agree, okay. The standard operating procedure is we ought to respect this building enough to take them down. I do my house, you do your house. The building ought to be respected enough to take the Christmas lights down. And if we have to replace Christmas lights, so be it.
Further discussion? No?
I'm gonna have to go out and take a look how to miss it.
I know, right? I come this way, but I don't think that, I mean, I don't think that it was that much to me. And
I'm have to go look at them, to be honest.
I was gonna say, so listening to what Commissioner White just said and how she said it, it sounds like it means something totally different to her than what I would have even gathered. So that's probably the other reason that we didn't pay any attention to it.
Does it make us look bad, make this building look bad, Commissioner?
Y'all have
She's- I need
heard,
to
I
pay
mean, I know
attention.
y'all have heard about rednecks with their Christmas lights up in the middle of July.
I haven't.
You have?
I have not.
Well, I don't know where y'all been.
I never heard.
Maybe they were throwing it at me,
Yeah.
whatever.
I
Christmas in July, then.
passed a lot of houses that still have a Christmas lights.
Does
Year
it
round.
look good?
It
I'll
don't-
take the lights down.
You know what,
We have a motion
when I
on the
hit
floor to take the lights
houses, I know
down,
how
Madam
far I
Mayor.
am.
Point of order.
That wasn't the point, but, yeah. All right, so do we need the motion anymore since he's gonna do it? We don't need the motion, so we can strike that. Our attorney is shaking her head, we don't need it.
Okay.
Keep going, what number are you on?
Number 4, the
Okay.
questions. Why did staff start to take Christmas decorations down in December?
Oh, boy, okay.
The availability, I think I can answer that, Mr. Hammond, and you correct me if I'm incorrect. It was the availability of the man lift or some man lift situation to be able to take them down, correct?
Correct. The
It was a discussion and
availability of the lift.
lift. There's your answer to that. Ms. Costello, unless we want to extend an additional expenses to take them down at a certain Advent date each year for a Christian date, that's when we do it. We honor until Christmas, and then they're taken down. Is there an issue at this dais with that? I remember, again, old guard sitting up here, Grandpa Moses, several years back, we almost waited to the end of January, and there was extensive complaints about how long do we keep the Christmas lights up. So now we're going the opposite direction, and they were taken down early, but it was an economic decision, Ms. Costello, to answer your question tonight respectfully, and that's why. This was asked in January but never answered. I apologize that it's June and you're getting a succinct answer, but there's the answer for you, Ms. Costello, on that. Number 5, per manager's report, staff was cleaning signs 3 to 4 months ago. Some of our historic signs are so dirty that they are calcified. When this happens, it almost is impossible to clean. Why are staff truly not cleaning signs nor repairing them? Again, in respect to you, Ms. Costello, that's why I interrupted you at your 3 minutes on comment period, because we're addressing that right now. I am asking you because I can't answer about 3 to 4 months ago. I am very interested to know just what historic signs we have. There's only 2 facilities, the Archer Community Center and a public cemetery that is of any historic nature that goes back 100 years to be considered.
The road signs, our historic brown road signs. I have one on my road. Yeah, there are a lot of roads. Are you not aware of them?
Yeah, I have 2 stuck on my porch fence because they were blown down by a storm and never put back. And in respect to those 2 streets, it's hanging on my fence. There's your answer to that. I don't know whether we want to entertain that budgetary expense to ensure all those are put back up, but I'm making a motion that we add that to our budgetary considerations in the workshops for this year.
What signs is she talking about?
In 2007, Mr. Hammond, I believe, all of the streets, original streets that we had, i.e. Magnolia Street, South and North, Church Street, East and West, were removed by the county emergency response address system. And we were replaced with 5 to 7 digit Hallandale, Miami, metro type addresses. My new address is no longer 100 South Magnolia Street, where a house has been for 117 years. I live at 16990 Southwest 133rd Place, 1 block over there. That's where all these numbers came from, and it's a county cross-referencing for emergency responses, and that's what was created in 2007. There was an upheaval of citizenry of interest for the historical value of the street names, and so there was an expense to put these brown labeled signs over those county-approved emergency response signs, the original names of those streets. And that's what Ms. Costello is speaking of. And some of them are so calcified or old that they need to be replaced or repaired. Is that what you're...
Well, if they would keep up with the cleaning, they wouldn't have to replace any, but even the streets, some of the street signs are really dirty. In the manager's report, they were cleaning signs and not...
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Mr. Hammond, when you spoke to that 3 or 4 months ago in your report, were you in any mindset of historic brown signs, or were you talking about stop signs, recreational park signs?
Stop signs, speed limit signs, no parking signs.
Speed hump signs to ensure that we...
Those are the signs that I was addressing.
identifying. So, okay, go ahead.
Carlton was the one that was cleaning
them.
And Carlton gave me a count of what we needed.
And that was a list that Ms. Costello speaks of.
Anybody locally that could get the signs because the aluminum was not available. I just sent a list of everyone that needed to be replaced to the county because they agreed to replace them for us.
And when have you done that, Mr. Hammond?
I did it this morning.
This morning.
They sent me a list, they sent me a note Friday that they would be glad to replace them for us.
And that's the county emergency response, green signs, white
Correct.
and green and white,
Correct.
depending on something about the address system, east, west, north, south. I can't even remember how, but this went on for a year and a half.
As a matter of fact, I sent y'all a list of what I sent to the county today.
Okay. So I hope with some succinct, moving forward, Ms. Costello, that proceeds with that question so you understand exactly where the standard operating procedure is to improve signage in Archer. And that we're speaking of two different animals. One is street safety, stop signs, speed humps versus directional signs.
But I wouldn't go out and look at the historical signs.
But what did you say they were made of? Didn't you say they were wooden? Or no?
No, they're brown. They were,
They're
that was
just brown.
determined by the county that was
Okay.
a historical significance color used for historic streets.
It's a metal,
It's metal,
brown?
aluminum,
Okay,
just
okay,
like the green and white
I
ones.
know what you're talking about now.
The county rule is the green and white with illumination.
Okay.
The brown historic signs are not illuminated with any kind of illumination for lighting. But it's being addressed, Ms. Costello, okay? And you may come back and say, where we're at with it, but he's got a list, he's got an assigned public works individual that he's putting on that, and he's reached out to the county with some replacement. Okay, so I hope that's an answer that will suffice for this evening.
Commissioner White's got something.
Madam Mayor, I believe, and Commissioner Hope may know more than I do, but when the historic signs were purchased, they were purchased by individuals, not
Yes.
the city. City did not purchase.
That's why mine hangs on my fence.
Purchased by individuals.
My wife and I paid for South Magnolia and Depot Lane. That's not even recognized as a street right now. Well, you're special.
But some
I
of
wasn't.
because the city didn't purchase them. Individuals purchased them to memorialize the streets that they had, that were on.
It was an availability to support and pay for those historic signs,
Now,
and
as
so,
far as the historic signs and Tony going out looking at them, those don't mean as much to me as the signs that 911 goes by.
right.
Correct.
And 911, if I see a sign that's like this hanging, you can't tell what it is.
Yeah.
And there are signs like that.
So that's an ongoing process that we will again review during the budget process if we need to purchase based on his reviewing and got staff looking for these signs at this point. Thank you, Mr. Hammond. And it's an ongoing process, so Ms. Costello, in clarification, it's not something we do once a month. It's that, what is the term used for the proper maintenance that's ongoing all the time?
Continual,
No.
I don't know.
Ms. Costello's got the word. She always comes up with it. What is it, Ms. Costello? Not putting you on the spot. The continual maintenance of items. Sign, deferred maintenance. It's ongoing all the time.
Yeah, but I've been asking.
I mean, I will submit my 2 brown historic signs tomorrow and have staff put them back up there if it will help, Mr. Hammond. And that's deferred maintenance because I captured them during a storm and never asked the city to put them back. Thank God the 135-year-old tree didn't fall on the signs, so it sits right there on the corner. Sorry. Again, thank you for your patience, the people that are here sitting, what are we doing? And that's not true, Ms. Costello, that you state, why are staff truly not cleaning signs nor repairing them? That is not true. And
What number was that?
that's number 5.
Okay.
Not being done.
It's not deferred maintenance with an ongoing public works person that you see hanging off of a ladder cleaning signs all the time. No, it is not.
No, I've been trying to get my signs done for a year in my neighborhood.
You're talking about your street signs, both the historic signs and the county signs.
They're bent.
Okay. Mr. Hammond, in respect to that, would you make a note of, I don't know, what street is that, Ms. Costello? I'm
In
sorry.
my neighborhood, like 167th, there's one that's hanging just by a thread.
Okay, 167, what other street?
41st Lane, 168th Street. There's a sign on 143rd Avenue that needs to be repaired. So it's just,
And Madam Mayor, I'm not trying to steal your thunder, but Mr. Hammond, could you just identify that targeted area?
I will.
And take care of those signs first?
I will.
And I can't believe I'm saying someone's setting a precedence first, but would you take care of that? Because in respect to Ms. Costello, she's belabored that she's asked about this for months, so thank you. That's your answer to that one, Ms. Costello. Moving on, number 6. Staff ordered signs last year. I obtained the small list. Those signs are still not up, and many more signs need replaced that they didn't order. What are we doing with the signs we ordered and all the ones that need to be repaired? I think we just assigned the city manager to take care of that targeted area that I think is a burden to you because you're seeing them all the time. And then continue on in other sections, if you will, Mr. Hammond, Madam Mayor, if that's acceptable to everyone. Number 7, have we ordered an independent audit yet? No, and we're not going to. You missed the meeting and the presence of the auditors that we use, Powell and Jones, and what was the scope of what they could provide. If we were to seek an independent audit company, the cost of that versus a discounted rate from municipal government that Powell and Jones represents. So we went the road of economic stability and the knowledge of this city and this municipality with the idea that it could go into a full forensic audit with Powell and Jones. It could go much longer, but an independent auditor would take many more months than addressing it right now. So again, I'm looking at you, Ms. Costello, but you missed all that in the last meeting and the special call meeting, and I think that is the direction that you should know we're going. Please remember the problem started well before we bought this last new program. I have been before the commission many times asking why we pay our bills late and also could never get a completed profit and loss. Way too many red flags in the past 5 to 6 years. Again, you've opined yourself, it's an opinion, I respect it, but we're moving with the process that this dais has decided to go on. So please respect that. Number 8, why does it take Cindy 2 to 5 months to make a copy of bills? And I mean simple one-page bills. I can't answer that. And again, Cindy's not here to defend herself, but with specificity, could you identify, and you don't have to do it right now because you don't have your details, what specific bill took 5 months for you to get a copy of a one-page bill? If you could provide that to Deanna so that we could target that, and why is that particular to that vendor, or what was the issue? Was it something with the accounting system and the way the software was working, so we can answer that? I hope it's not a 5-month process. If it was a public records request, we're way out of line with the 1 month, 30-day process that we're supposed to follow. Number 9, when does staff expect to have their meter boxes and lids installed? The answer to that is deferred maintenance, the term that you ask about all the time. It's ongoing. It never ends. Right now, I will use myself as an example. They hate my speed bump on my street next to Mr. Arnold and where I live, and so they're going over the water meters. Trucks, cars, they're going to bust the hell out of those water meters on that sidewalk right there on South Magnolia Street. I've asked Mr. Hammond to put some prison rocks up there so that we look like we live on a prison street, but let them hit a 1,000-pound flint rock or some posts and go airborne into Mr. Arnold's private business property, whatever, and we'll see where we go. And I mean that with respect, not disrespect, but it's happening on an unbelievable basis at night, and somebody's going to get hurt. So the reason I'm talking to you with that kind of space, it's an ongoing deferred maintenance with the meters and the meter lids and the meter boxes. We do.
The ones that were ordered for specific addresses.
I will add that we've got the meter boxes in, we've got the meter lids in. The meter lids have to be cut to put the sensors in, but we can't get the sensors because they're out of stock right now.
Thank you for that answer. That's the update on that question.
Yeah, these are specific to specific addresses.
Do you have a list of those specific addresses that she's provided you, Mr. Hammond?
She didn't provide me a list of addresses. I've got a list of addresses that need meter boxes, meter lids, or.
And if you have, as an irritant, specific addresses or friends of the family or neighbors that you're concerned about,
It's that list.
it's a list that she's provided you, Mr. Hammond?
No, it's a list that
Y'all got, you got it, Fletcher, in a commission meeting.
But is it the list that you provided?
No, it's the list that we did.
Okay,
It's the list
that's
that we
where we're
created.
going with this kind of question and answer, Lori. If you have specific meters and lids as a citizen of Archer, of neighbors or associates, just like my neighbor that had a broken meter box, I'm going to report that address. That's what I'm asking of you, not to give you the answer you want, but he's got his ongoing list of the meters and the addresses that you provided us. And I know exactly the list you're talking about. That is ongoing deferred maintenance. He just explained why there's a delay. Did you hear the answer to that one? Thank you very much. You do say here, though, on the list, and some properties that I needed one, like my neighbor, was not on the list. Now I'm turning it back to you. Would you provide that address if it's not on the list as a concerned citizen? I would appreciate that, and send it in to Deanna so we can add it to his list if he doesn't have that. Thank you. Their meter box lid was off for over 3 years, and staff was too lazy to bend over to put the lid on. You're opining yourself. That's an opinion, and I respect it as an opinion, but I don't believe it's because they're too lazy, and you need to walk with them in their job each day. I would like to meet with the commissioners to show the inconsistencies. I would love to avail myself to that, but Lori, I work a full-time job. I don't have time for that. I'm sorry.
So I offered,
I appreciate that, but at this time, I can't afford that amenable opportunity. Number 10, if anybody on the dais wants to meet with her, please speak.
Madam Mayor, I met with Roberta and Lori last week. At that point in time, I promised both of them that I would meet with them once a month to go over concerns, at least once a month,
On
a
meters.
regular basis, before a meeting, that I would meet with them to hear their concerns, any citizens' concerns, to bring back to the dais. We will prioritize, bring it back to the dais. It will be answered. They will be answered, and their concerns will be heard. Now, we're going to do that once a month, and if it requires a second meeting, so be it.
And that's why I put this as old business, because I would expect if we can't provide an answer, it may not be the answer the citizen wants or that we can provide. If it's an ongoing issue, then it will become old business for us to review. And this meeting may turn into an 8-hour marathon, but in respect to our citizenry, that's why we're doing this tonight. And I hope this doesn't turn citizens from not coming back. But Ms. Costello, this is in respect to you, but I do not want to continue to see 5-month, 8-month, like someone is not respectfully trying to follow up and move forward with improvements, okay? Number 10, I have been asking for Public Works, I don't need a speaker. Number 10, I've been asking for Public Works to repair 141st Lane for 1.5 years. We have a grader, why isn't it being used? The first part of your opinion is an opinion. It's taken a year and a half for repair to 141st Lane. Have we done work on 141st Lane, Mr. Hammond?
141st Lane is one of the roads that the county is going to be doing.
There's your answer.
Yeah,
Deferred maintenance.
This is an old email.
But you sent this Friday night at 10 o'clock like it was unanswered.
But those 12 questions were in an old email, and some of them were not addressed.
Number 11.
There's 3 answers in here that was addressed. It was the audit that already.
Wait a minute. Now, there's a second part to number 10. So there's probably 35 questions in here, not 12. But we're going to address each part of it. So it's an ongoing issue with 141st Lane with a scale of economics where we get county support to take care of 141st. Okay. And we will provide updates, as Mr. Hammond does, and reports about different streets in the grant process or the county's assistance or the whatever it may be. You got to stay with us on this stuff as it's recorded. The second part of number 10 is we have a grader. Why isn't it being used? Mr. Hammond, could you apprise her of a short, brief summary of the grader and why it's not being used?
Sure. We didn't have a place to store it right off, so we had to get the fence expanded. It took us quite a while to get that, somebody to come in and do the fence, and we left it over at Arnold's. While it sat at Arnold's, the hydraulics started leaking. We had to get the hydraulics fixed. We're getting the hydraulics fixed right now, and when it gets repaired, we will start utilizing it. That's the bottom line to it.
And we own the grader.
We own the grader.
And the grader can provide the service for our smaller roads, or is the grader too big to use on our smaller roads?
If you angle the blade right, it can do the service on the small roads.
And that's a brief update to the last meeting and something we didn't know.
Correct. They're supposed to come over sometime this week to put the
They who?
I think it's
The service company.
service company's coming over to put the
And
whatever the.
And again, this is belaboring you, Ms. Costello, in your question, but providing the succinct update on exactly where we are with the grader. Was our staff properly and safely trained to use this grader?
Mr. Arnold showed them how to operate, and Calvin is comfortable with it, and so
I don't
is
know if Mr.
John.
Arnold's still here, but that was part of the
Correct.
opportunity is we were going to have our staff properly and safely trained on the use of this grader. And that's ongoing, or is it getting done?
They will provide the instructions as long as we need it.
All right, so it's a deferred maintenance on a mechanic issue with the grader itself. Once the hydraulics are repaired, the training is done, then we'll start using that. Sorry for the delay on that, but that's exactly the answer for that. Number 11, I have asked Public Works to clear a very small part of the right-of-way on 167th Street for several years, amongst other small tasks. Why won't staff respond to complaints? Mr. Hammond, sorry. Does a citizen have the right to ask Public Works or direct Public Works to service a right-of-way without your authorization first?
No.
That is standard operating procedure, correct?
They can come to me and ask for it.
Or the citizen can ask to speak to you or put a notice into Tangi for record for you to then respond back to the citizen on whether that's possible.
They can send an email, they can talk to Tangi, they can call me.
And I respect, Ms. Costello, that you put in this a very small part of the right-of-way, but that's not the way we do it. I don't stop Calvin or John
I have no,
to stop and go get a 2,000-pound rock to stop the running over of the meters, as the example I'm using for me. I wanted to,
I go through Mr. Hammond, I'm sorry.
but I have asked Public Works to clear a very small.
Well, then that was wrong word.
Okay.
I go through
Then
Mr. Hammond.
To take this somewhere, Ms. Costello, Mr. Hammond, would you make note of the right-of-way on 167th Street? And what is the capabilities of the city staff to improve that based on your recommendation to us? If it's something that we need to contract or it's something that we provide service to?
Calvin and I'll look at it, Nora, because I don't recall anything on
Okay,
67.
thank you. That's a follow-up on that so that you're not belaboring yourself in frustration.
No.
Okay.
Those emails go through either Deanna and or Mr. Hammond.
And number 12, the final one, why isn't questions being answered in a timely fashion? I can't answer why it's not timely, but I'm here tonight saying that those have been answered. And you have a commitment from our liaison auditing commissioner that I respectfully agree with and fully respect what she's saying, and I appreciate the time you're going to spend, but I think we need to take that part of the agenda and address it as deferred actions review every month at this point. It can come from you, Ms. White, Commissioner White, and you're meeting with two of our citizens, but it should be any citizen. It should be my wife if she calls in and says, I want to speak with somebody. It should be anyone. I have a problem with two specific people being pointed out to meet with. I don't like that at all. it should be anybody, but I respect you
I
committed.
turn your microphone. I gave them a promise that I would meet with them and any citizen,
And I as well, other than if I can't make that commitment to ride around, like Ms. Costello is asking, to look for meters broken, I can't do that. We have Public Works to do that if you identify the broken meters. So, but to start this ball rolling, I respect you fully and commend you. Which will improve, Ms. Costello, I think, the timeliness of answers if it's not something you're addressing or it's just your neighbors or whatever, so that you get quicker follow through.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And I respectfully thank all the citizens sitting here and the community people that we went through this exercise, but
That was
Madam-
an exercise. Thank you again.
I'm done. And I think we have some SOPs to look at, some budgetary expenses to look at, and so we're moving forward. So thank you very much.
And for everyone else that keep hearing that the mayor doesn't answer her emails, that is false. I make sure I answer those emails, and I attach the attorney, both attorneys, and the city manager to those. So I do respond, so if you need me, now I haven't this past week because I've been in Chicago, so I haven't even looked at those. All right, are we done with that
Thank you,
section?
Madam Mayor. Thank you.
And at this point, we're going to, well, I'm going to say, there's a lot of chatter going on out there. Disrespect, people talking while we're talking, being rude, talking about whatever they want to talk about in their comments. It needs to stop. Because the main people that are doing it, if you were here, you would want our respect. So I've let this go on long enough. Please stop, because I don't disrespect you, and I don't appreciate being disrespected. The only thing I have ever done was try to bring this city together. That's what I have done here as a commissioner and as a mayor. And I do not disrespect people. And I don't appreciate the fact that some of you feel like you can disrespect everybody up here, and that's not okay. We all need to treat each other like we want to be treated. Thank you, ma'am and sir. All right, we're gonna move to new business, and I don't see Mr. Arnold.
He went in the restroom.
Okay. New business, agenda item 1. Thank you. Felicity, I'm gonna call you since I wasn't here to hear your spiel. I'll call you.
Okay, and I'll be here Thursday as well.
Then I won't call you, I'll wait till Thursday. All right, ordinance number 03-2024.
Madam Mayor, we're going to run these as quasi judicial, but I'd like to do them simultaneously to kind of kill as many birds with a single stone as we can.
Okay.
Since Mr. Arnold is the petitioner for both of them, as long as he's fine with me running both ordinances at the same time, I know they're two different pieces of property, but I imagine he'd like to get home, so.
I imagine he would. Go ahead.
Tonight we have two matters before us that must be considered and voted on by the City Commission in a quasi-judicial matter and manner. Those are ordinances number 03-2024 and 04-2024. I will read them all by title when the time comes. For the public, the purpose of following this procedure is to ensure that an applicant provides a complete presentation of their request to the City Commission prior to any testimony being provided by the staff. So the applicant receives a fair and full hearing on their application, and any decision by the City Commission is based on the evidence presented. All public testimony will be taken under oath. Everyone testifying will be subject to cross-examination. All documents and exhibits shall be entered into evidence. The giving of opinion testimony is limited to experts, and closing arguments will be limited to evidence of the record. To note, this is two voluntary annexations. Madam Mayor, I don't foresee this being a particularly intense quasi-judicial set of hearings, but we are going to run through how we normally would. To accomplish this, the city, the applicant, Mr. Arnold, the City Commission, and other interested parties will be recognized in the following order for each of the matters before the City Commission. The first is that Mr. Hammond will provide a summary and an overview of the application. We'll go through one at a time. Mr. Arnold will have the opportunity to speak and present his case as well to explain essentially what he's asking the city commission to do. City staff, Mr. Hammond, will have another opportunity to speak and circle back as to whether the city staff is recommending approval, if they reviewed it, you know, if it's going to meet those evidentiary burdens such that the city is recommending approval. Any party intervener shall present its case. I have not received notice that there is a party intervener prior to this hearing, so I'm not anticipating one. Participants in opposition to or support of the application will follow and make their presentation. Each participant will be limited to 3 minutes. Just to circle back, Mr. Arnold has an unlimited time limit as the applicant. A representative of groups of 6 or more people attending the meeting may speak for the group, and a representative will be limited to 5 minutes to speak on behalf of their group. The applicant may then cross-examine any witness and respond to any testimony presented. Afterward, any party intervener may then cross-examine any witness and respond to any testimony presented. Following the party interveners, the city staff may do the same. After these responses, if the mayor deems it necessary and appropriate to ensure fairness and due process, the mayor may choose to allow participants to respond to any testimony provided by others during the hearing. Members of the city commission, through the mayor, may ask any questions of the staff, applicant, and the participants. After the city commission asks any questions it may have, the applicant, followed by city staff, may make any final arguments related solely to the evidence in the record. I will then advise the commission as to the applicable law and the factual findings that must be made in order to approve or deny the application. Once advised on the law and necessary findings, the commission will conduct open deliberation regarding the evidence presented as it relates to the application. After deliberations, the city commission will vote to either approve with conditions, or deny the application. All persons have the right, through the mayor, to ask questions to staff or other speakers, to seek clarification of comments made by staff or other speakers, and respond to comments or presentations of staff or other speakers. All people presenting written materials to the city commission for consideration must ensure a copy of those materials is provided to the clerk for inclusion in the city commission's record of proceedings and official minutes. While the City Commission welcomes comments from all persons with an interest in this proceeding, Florida law requires that the Commission's decision and quasi-judicial actions be supported by competent and substantial evidence presented to the City Commission during the hearing on the application. Competent and substantial evidence is evidence that is a reasonable mind would accept as adequate to support a conclusion. There must be a factual basis in the record to support opinion testimony for both expert and non-expert witnesses. People presenting testimony may support their testimony by relying on factual information provided by city staff and or the applicant, or on other factual information included in the city staff's report. At this time, I need to inquire of each of the members of the commission individually as to whether or not you've had any ex parte communications involving these matters, and if so, please disclose them. We're going to do them both at the same time to try to shorten this. So you've got 2 applications in front of you, one of which is for parcel 04741-001-000. The applicant is Holly's Place LLC, Jill Arnold and Ronald E. Arnold Sr. The second is an annexation application, a voluntary annexation by Jilly T. LLC, Jill Arnold and Ronald E. Arnold Sr., and it's parcel 04741-000-000. Commissioner White, have you had any ex parte conversations regarding these?
I don't even know where it's at.
Excellent.
I don't know where it's at either.
Vice Mayor Penny, have you had any ex parte communications regarding these applications?
I don't think that I have, and so that's what I was gonna ask you. I'm not sure where exactly these are, but all of the emails and the comments that I've received about a batch plant, which I could not respond to, that's what I wanted to know.
My understanding, and Mr. Arnold will probably nod, that these parcels are unrelated to the batch plant, completely and separately. Yeah.
Okay.
So that has nothing, these are just, Mr. Arnold's properties are currently in county unincorporated. He would like to become into the city limits.
Okay. All right.
So no ex parte communications? No. Commissioner Green?
No.
Commissioner Hope?
No.
Excellent.
No.
At this time, for purposes of not having to swear everybody in every time they want to talk, if there's anybody who would like to speak on these 2 items now, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand so I can administer and put you under oath. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. All right. So we're going to start with ordinance number 03-2024, an ordinance of the City of Archer, Florida, pursuant to a petition number Annex 24-01 relating to voluntary annexation, making findings, annexing to and including with the boundaries of the City of Archer, Florida, certain real property located in Alachua County, Florida, which is reasonably compact and contiguous to the boundaries of the City of Archer, Florida, providing severability, repealing all ordinances in conflict, and providing for an effective date. At this time, Tony, would you like to briefly present what is being applied for here?
Mr. and Mrs. Arnold are requesting voluntary annexation of parcel 04741-001-000. This parcel of land lying within the section of 13, Township 11, South, Range 18 East, Alachua County, Florida, being more particularly described as follows: southwest 1/4 and east 1/4 of the northwest 1/4 of said section 13. This property contains 200 acres. It is, I remember by the photo, it's on boundary.
It looks like 346.
There's three parcels, but one is already in the city of Archer. The two that you're talking about is like 300 plus acres.
Down 346?
Yeah.
Mr. Arnold, do you want to come forward?
I don't know if you have it up there on the screen or not. There's three parcels, actually, so it's a total of 500 acres that my family and I own. One parcel which is already in the city of the limits lies to the west.
Okay.
And then the other two parcels that we're wanting to get into the city, one actually is like a little cup-shaped type. It goes, is it up there? No.
I don't know, it's too, I was gonna tell you, it is, it's too small.
Yes, okay, so this is already, this portion is already in the city. There are easements there's two different easements north and south. So what we're wanting to do is to take these two parcels here and incorporate it into the city.
Okay.
And what our plans are for the property now, at present is, well, actually, at present is we have cattle farm, so there's cattle there. But our family is going to, each of us put a home on the property. So it's going to end up being, hopefully, there'll be 5 residences there on that 500 acres. Beautiful piece of property. But I'd just like to get it into the city. I'd like to be a citizen of the city. And I'd like to see the city get the some of the tax revenue from the homes that we're building. They're going to be really nice, expensive homes. Everything's expensive today, so.
True.
Other than that, I don't know what to add.
Okay. Are the purple, I guess county? The purple,
They're in the county, yes.
Okay.
The two are in the county.
so, I'm guessing where it's at, I think I'm right.
If you take, say, Parker Road, if you take Parker Road, you go over Archer Road, and you continue all the way south to where you have to take a turn to the right, you'll turn left and go directly into our 500 acres.
I don't know where it's at. Okay. So, at this time, we can entertain a motion? Or you're gonna
Unfortunately, with the quasi judicials, we've got to go through a whole song and dance. Mr. Arnold, you said nothing more to add from you?
No, it's just that, I think I made it clear, we want to build on it.
Madam Mayor, may I ask Mr. Arnold just a few additional questions just to lay some predicate for you all?
Yep.
Mr. Arnold, it's the city's understanding that the properties to the west of the properties that you're proposing to annex in are already part of the city, is that correct?
Correct, that's the dark blue.
So it's contiguous to existing city-owned.
Correct.
And if the city chooses to annex in these properties, we're going to start with for the first one, the 6 zeros straight. It's not going to create an enclave wherein a piece of property is surrounded by city property, and then you have a unincorporated county, is that correct?
No, no.
Okay. And then the last thing I want to ask you is that, let's see, we covered enclaves, contiguous, and then it's reasonably compact. We're not proposing a parcel that is spread out and creates little fingers or anything to that
No,
nature, correct?
It would be, not square, but almost square.
Almost square.
With the two easements going into it. One
Perfect.
from the north, one from the south.
At this time, Madam Mayor, I would suggest we move on to public comment, as I think Mr. Arnold has provided the testimony relevant for his side. However, he'll get the opportunity to come back and answer any questions that get brought up during public comment that he may feel the need to address.
Madam Mayor, I just have one more, I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
The yellow, the light yellow, next to the blue, that's city,
That's city.
okay, because that's what I would, okay.
Danielle, did
Sir?
you want me to do the other one first?
Which other one? We're gonna do one at a time.
Oh, okay.
I don't want it to get confused. That's why I was asking him just about the straight 6-0 property first. That way our records don't get flip-flopped. Deanna, can you, yeah, so we're talking about, wait, go back down. We're talking about this piece of property right now. This is the one that the hearing is
Right.
on at this point in time.
Right. Oh, the zeros. All right, Commissioner Hope had a question, I think.
And this is, I think, for legal more than anything else, but on page 1 of 2 of the petition for voluntary annexation, under address, Mr. Arnold just did I think, a very clear job of exactly where this property is. Under address, it says unassigned location. Is that appropriate? I mean, he's about to build expensive homes on 500 acres on 5 lots, 100 acres apiece. Certainly, you're going to have an address for each home. And I know you don't get assigned that in respect to Mr. Arnold. but-
Right now, they're just parcels of land. My understanding, typically when you're building any sort of subdivision, big or small, when I say subdivision, I don't mean hundreds of homes. 911 addresses are assigned later on by the county. So there is examples like you're seeing now wherein the only definitive part that tells you where something is a parcel ID. That's not uncommon, especially in county unincorporated.
And that's my question. Why
Yeah.
wouldn't the parcel ID be assigned as the location there instead of unassigned?
Well, he's saying that there's no 911 address, I think is what because he's got his parcel ID down here. I imagine that there's not a street address associated with the parcel. We see it all the time.
The parcel ID is, the location it's identified, that location that I read off is the ID address for that piece of property. And you won't get an actual 911 address until they start to build a home there.
Okay.
It's kind of like a GPS location.
It just looks
Strange.
strange.
Sure.
To have all that detail and the description of the property and the posts and the north and east. And I'm not saying, Mr. Arnold, you could do anything with it, but it just seems like the tax parcel ID should go there as well.
We just got a caretaker's letter from the city of Archer. So we're processing that through the county. So the county will go ahead and issue an address for that location. They did the same thing for an ag meter. They actually, right across from it, they give you an address for the agriculture.
Ag meter, okay.
Okay,
That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
thank you.
Public discussion or comment.
Sir, if you're going to testify, I need you to raise your right hand so I can swear you in, please.
Is it a testimony?
He's going to give public comment. It's
I have a
quasi-judicial.
question, not comment. That's fine, I'll swear.
Just for in case, God forbid, the worst ever happens. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, just a quick question, I just want to confirm that this is being, if it's passed, it's incorporated, it's put into the books as agricultural rural. Is that
All
correct?
we're doing right now is annexation. For
Well,
purposes,
yes, but
for purposes of land use, whatever Mr. Arnold is going to use it for, he will then have to address any zoning issues that may pop up. That'll be down the line.
Okay, but the application says agricultural rural, so I just want to confirm that that's, when you vote on it, this is only the first vote, obviously.
Correct. So this is first read.
But when all's said and done, and you guys vote yes the third time, the zoning is agricultural rural. That's what's being zoned as, correct?
I can confirm that.
Okay, good, thank you. That's it.
You ready?
Yep.
Right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I just have one question, because I'm not familiar with this map. What line is County Road 346 on the map?
Oh, that's weird.
It's the one out by the post office.
On the map.
No, I think you
Oh,
wanna
ma'am.
know where is it on there.
Because I live on 346, and going back to what you were talking earlier,
It should
if you
be.
pull up on a GPS, my address is like
It should be
630
right in here.
East High Street.
If I'm not mistaken, it's this road or this one.
Let's see.
Mr. Arnold? Is it this road? That looks like a railroad track, but I'm assuming it's in there somewhere. 346.
This is,
I'll have to look
okay.
at that later.
This right here is Parker Road. It comes right in down here, and then and then you'd have to turn to the right. So Parker Road is what, 122nd? So this is north. Okay. This is the road that comes down here to the entrance of our property, and then, but you have to you take a right. You come down here and take a right.
Okay, okay. All right, thank you. That's all.
Madam Mayor, if there's no further public comment,
You know, he
Thank you.
just thought of
I
something.
do.
do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
My question is, why does he want to make that part of the city of Archer? Not that it's bad, not that it's anything, because you can build a house in the county, it doesn't matter. Why do you want it part of the city of Archer? That's my only question. Just an easy one.
Okay, that we can't answer, but okay.
Is there any more public comment? At this time, is there any individual who is representing a group of 6 or more people who wishes to get up and speak on this issue? Excellent. At this time, Mr. Arnold, do you have any response that you'd like to give to anything that was said? Any response to public comment? Any questions that weren't answered from the city commission? It's not a requirement, it's just, we give you the open floor if you'd like it.
Well, I can just address that question. I thought I did it already. I have businesses here in our city of Archer. I'm trying to do other business here in the city of Archer. Our family wants to live on this piece of property. We want to be able to vote in the city of Archer. We want to be able to contribute to the city of Archer, such as the taxes that's going to benefit from it. I already have one parcel in the city of Archer, so it just makes good sense to go ahead and bring the other 2 in. And to be honest with you, a certain person in planning at Alachua County advised me to do it. So that's why I'm doing it, not because of being advised of it, but because we want to be in the city of Archer.
Thank you.
We did not have any party interveners, Madam Mayor, so at this time it would be appropriate if, Mr. Hammond, do you have any responses that you'd like to make to any questions that were asked today that you feel as though have gone unanswered?
No, ma'am.
Excellent. Members of the City Commission, do you have any questions for the applicant or Mr. Hammond or any of the individuals who got up and spoke?
No, but I do for you.
Yes, ma'am.
And I don't remember what it was called, Danielle. When the vote passed for the county to be able to have a say-so in what went on, is that gonna impact this? Because it is out there pretty far.
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
It's not a boundary adjustment act, but it's where the county has a say-so in whatever they wanna do.
The county still is gonna have control over the zoning.
I understand, well, why?
It's something the county passed several years ago, and they've.
We don't have a Boundary Adjustment Act anymore. We have this, and this is not that. It's where so far out, they can have a say on what you put on that piece of property.
When the county passed that ordinance, probably 2 years ago, I believe, anything that was not annexed into the municipality at that particular time, the county still will control the zoning of that particular piece of property. So any zoning changes will have to go through the county, not the city.
That sounds right. I think I just dealt with the same thing in Newberry. I was asked the same
I can't
question.
remember the term that they called that.
Yeah, I couldn't either. That's what I was saying.
Well, it's a provision in their code, now that I'm sitting here thinking about it, because I remember looking at it.
But this is the first one that went out far enough that it would impact it, and that's why I was, okay.
Mr. Renfro's was the last one that was voluntary annex of 200+ acres. It was concrete recycling. It was
Yeah, but this
residences.
was, this is more, yeah.
There's still Alachua County.
Right.
So Mr.
Right.
Renfro is going to be answering to the county as well. So we did that last year.
Moving
Stephen
right
Davis
along.
was the only one that got in before the county passed that ordinance.
And that was the 1,500 acres.
All right.
approximately.
Yes, we're good.
All right, the last little bit, Mr. Arnold, do you wish to give any closing or remarks or final argument? Tony, same question for you.
No.
So at this point, the city commission should base their decision only upon the testimony of sworn witnesses. As this is a quasi judicial hearing, you're going to be applying whether or not you heard competent, substantial evidence that the parcel in question is compact, contiguous to the city as it sits now, and doesn't have the effect of creating an enclave. Those are the legal requirements for voluntary annexation into the city. So as long as the testimony today has, to your satisfaction, via competent, substantial evidence met those standards, the ordinance should be approved. That would be my recommendation legally. At this point, Madam Mayor, you are handed back the reins on this first ordinance.
For a motion. Oh, do we have a motion, anyone?
So moved, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Hope. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Commissioner White. Commissioner discussion. Public discussion on the motion. Seeing none, let's go to a vote. All in favor of the motion on the floor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed likewise. All right, motion carries 5-0.
Madam Mayor, we're going to do the same set of steps, a little bit more consolidated. This is ordinance number 04-2024, an ordinance of the City of Archer, Florida, pursuant to petition number annexation 24-02 relating to voluntary annexation, making findings, annexing to, and including within the boundaries of the City of Archer, Florida, certain real property located in Alachua County, Florida, which is reasonably compact and contiguous to the boundaries of the City of Archer, Florida, providing severability, repealing all ordinances in conflict, and providing for an effective date. Okay, before we move on, everyone who previously took an oath, you're still under oath, so just keep that in mind if you come up to testify. Tony, we're going to go through the same thing. Will you please present this item to the commission?
Parcel, Mr. and Mrs. Arnold requesting voluntary annexation of parcel 047. Sorry. Mr. and Mrs. Arnold requesting voluntary annexation of parcel 04741-000-000. This parcel is identified as that parcel lying within Section 13, Township 11, South, Range 18 East, Alachua County, Florida, being more particularly described as follows. The west 3/4 of northeast 1/4 of said Section 13. This contains 117.62 acres, more or less, and if annexed into the county, it will also be considered as county agricultural.
Mr. Arnold, I'm going to have to ask that you essentially give your same presentation for the second parcel, just for the record, please.
Okay, again, this is this property, a request for putting in the city of Archer so we can build some homes for my family. My family members will be a total of 5 homes. This property now is like a little panhandle piece of property. So one parcel has already been put in. One was already in the city of Archer. Now we've approved one, a smaller one to the north, and would be the north and the west of, and north and west of this particular piece of, this parcel that we want to have included in the city as well.
Mr. Arnold, is it currently connected to the city
It is now.
now? And is it compact?
Well, it was before. Now it is connected in the 2 parcels now.
And it's reasonably compact?
Yes.
And it's not going to create an enclave wherein a piece of unincorporated land is in the middle of it, surrounded by the city?
No.
Tony, do you want to give staff recommendation on whether or not to approve?
Staff recommendation is to do the annexation of this particular piece of property as well. Staff recommendation is to annex this particular piece of property as well.
Madam Mayor, we did not receive any notice that there were any party interveners for this application, so at this point it would be appropriate to move on to group representatives. If there's anyone wishing to speak for a group of 6 or more people, please stand. Seeing none, Madam Mayor, it would now be appropriate to move on to public comment on the application.
Public comment.
Roberto Lopez.
Will you please raise your right hand?
Oh.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Thank you.
Roberto Lopez. I just want to ask the commissioners, have you seen these properties with your eyes? Have you seen them?
Cattle farming currently, right, Mr. Horner?
Not recently, no, I haven't.
It's cattle farming now on these parcels of property, correct? Agricultural zone.
Now, I know that it's appropriate for the attorney to ask if they are adjoining properties to the city and all of that. But, and you asked Mr. Arnold, and this is why I'm asking the commission, do you just pass this without seeing it? You saw it on the film up here, did you? Was it up here?
Yes, the area.
Okay, so you actually saw that up there and you saw that there were no enclaves?
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I wanted to make sure of, because you cannot have any enclaves.
That's why I asked even about the light yellow, to make sure that there was no enclave.
Yeah, because all the purple is joining, so you were curious
That's
about the
county. But the blue is city, and I wanted to make sure that the light yellow was also city, and he confirmed it was.
Okay.
So, yes, there's no enclave.
I didn't see this because it's turned towards you. I would like to recommend to all of you, if you could place another TV screen somewhere so the
I was
audience
gonna
can
say,
look at
Danielle,
it.
turn it back
Because if
around
I
so they
had
can see it.
seen that
Turn it back around so
when
they
it
can
was
see it.
being explained,
Please
I
and
wouldn't
thank
be
you.
up here asking this question.
Thank you, ma'am. I thank both of you. Danielle turned it around while we were talking about it, so thank you.
You guys better be careful. I hear Vanna White's out of a job now.
I know, right?
Any other public comment? So now it would be appropriate, Mr. Arnold, do you have anything you would like to respond to? Any questions you'd like to answer, anything to that nature? We didn't have a party intervener. At this time, does the city wish to answer, city being Mr. Hammond, do you wish to answer any questions that were asked or anything to that nature?
No, ma'am.
City Commission, do you have any questions of staff or the applicant or any of the public participants?
I do not. Do you? Do you?
All right, at this time, it's appropriate to move on to final arguments. Mr. Arnold, do you have a final argument, anything you'd like to say, or are you all set?
All set.
Thank Thank you. We didn't have any party interveners. City staff, anything final?
Nothing.
Thank you. So again, the decision by the commission is based upon hearing competent, substantial evidence that the parcel in question to be annexed into the city is reasonably compact, contiguous, and does not create an enclave, as this is a voluntary annexation.
Correct.
At this time, Madam Mayor, I will hand it back over to you.
Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Hope and a second by Commissioner White. Any further discussion on the motion? None. Public discussion on the motion? All right, seeing none, let's go to a vote. All in favor of the motion on the floor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed likewise. Motion carries 5-0. All right, we are at agenda item 3, and I see, are you doing these two together or apart?
We'll do them solo.
Oh, okay. All right, agenda item 3 is resolution number 2024-12.
Danielle, let me do a quick brief on these two before you start.
Yeah, can I just, do you want me to read them into the record first so that you can, okay. Madam Mayor, this is resolution number 2024-12, a resolution of the City of Archer, Florida, approving that certain piggyback agreement between the city and Tetra Tech Incorporated for disaster debris monitoring, making certain findings of fact in support of the city approving said agreement, recognizing the authority of the mayor to execute and bind the city to said agreement, directing the mayor to execute and bind the city to said agreement, repealing all prior resolutions in conflict, and providing for an effective date. Go ahead, Tony. Sorry. Thank you. We'll do one at a time.
Okay. Excuse me. These two piggyback agreements that you'll be looking at and addressing are a result as a need for storm recovery. We were under an agreement through Alachua County with a company called Widow Bryan. Widow Bryan went out of the storm debris management. They're going out this year, and Alachua County has piggybacked with these two companies here, as well as going out for a new RFP. These two piggybacks are to carry us through this hurricane season. Talked with the attorney, and this is the easiest way for us to follow through with Alachua County, is to piggyback with them, with these two groups here, and then wait and see what they come up with on their RFP for their following year, and we'll look at piggybacking with them on that. But that's where we are with these right here. So that we have somebody covering us during the hurricane season if we have, we need it.
Okay.
These companies are actually the monitoring companies that'll come in and monitor the debris as people come in and load it up and haul it off. They'll determine how many cubic yards are in each truck and things like that.
Okay. I need to be excused for about 10 minutes.
Okay.
I gotta take some of those drops, sorry.
Madam Mayor, the agreement you all have before you, as Mr. Hammond was saying, there's two. The first one is for a primary contractor. Alachua County, the way that they did it is they have one company that they go to first, and that's going to be their obviously primary group that they go to for debris monitoring services. The second contract that I'll read in on the next resolution is a secondary, just a backup, such that they have more than one option in the event that the primary contractor isn't available, stretched too thin, can't come do it. And one of the things that you'll note in this agreement, at the very end, you'll see that there's a letter from Tetra Tech that says that they're going to extend the same pricing to the city of Archer as they have to Alachua County.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so do we have a motion?
So moved, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
A second.
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Hope and a second by Commissioner Green. Any commissioner discussion?
So Luttrell County uses these people? I keep seeing the city of Kingsville.
I just realized I misspoke. It is the city of Gainesville. I'm
City of
sorry, but
Gainesville.
Alachua County also just piggybacked it, and that's why I had it in my head. So I apologize for the confusion I caused.
All right, that's all the discussion. Our public discussion on the motion. All right, seeing none, let's go for a vote. All in favor of the motion on the floor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed likewise. Motion carries 4-0. Commissioner White is out of the room. All right, agenda item 4, resolution number 2024-13.
Madam Mayor, this is resolution number 2024-13, a resolution of the City of Archer, Florida, approving that certain piggyback agreement between the city and Roston Solutions LLC for disaster debris monitoring, making certain findings of fact in support of the city approving said agreement, recognizing the authority of the mayor to execute and bind the city to said agreement, directing the mayor to execute and bind the city to said agreement, repealing all prior resolutions in conflict, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Do we have a motion?
So moved, Madam Mayor.
A second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Hope and a second by Commissioner Green. Any commissioner discussion? Any public discussion on the motion?
Bill Lewandowski, citizen. I just wanted to know if there is some sort of contingency budget, because looking at some of the pricing, it's pretty high. So I was just wondering how the city would pay for it. Thank you.
FEMA dollars.
This is all reimbursable by FEMA as long as you keep accurate records, and that's what these guys do. Been through it enough. I know that as long as you keep accurate records, you can get your money back.
That's good, yes. I was looking at the pricing. It's,
Yeah.
yeah. I'm in the wrong business.
I say that often now. All right. Seeing no more comments, let's go to a vote. All in favor of the motion on the floor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed likewise. Motion carries 4-0. Commissioner White is still out of the room. All right, agenda item 5, resolution number 2024-14.
I apologize, Madam Mayor, I'm getting to it. I didn't realize how lengthy that last contract was. This is resolution 2024-14, is that where I'm, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Okay, this is resolution number 2024-14, a resolution of the City of Archer, Florida, relating to the City Charter Review Committee, establishing a Charter Review Committee, appointing members to the Charter Review Ad Hoc Committee, consisting of 5 persons for the purpose of reviewing and making recommendations to the commissioners regarding the existing charter of the City of Archer, Florida, repealing all resolutions in conflict, and providing for an effective date. Madam Mayor and Commission, you'll notice on Section 5 of this resolution, there are 5 blank lines, and we've done that such that you can appoint your members tonight, we can write them in, and I don't have to bring it back to you a month from now to ratify it, so.
Hold on. I'm having.
Wouldn't we have to ask the citizen before we just write their name down?
I would suggest that to make sure that they actually want to participate. We just did this recently in High Springs and essentially opened the floor to citizens who wanted to volunteer. And then we'll go through and just essentially you'll make a motion to nominate one of them and we'll go through 5 if we can get 5.
Yeah, because I was going to say we have to have 5 of them, don't we? And I thought that Miss California, I thought she wanted to do it, but she's gone, so she's one of them that I thought mentioned it, but yeah, keep going. Huh? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Miss Costello said she wants to.
say before you ask anything about me, I have no desire to participate in.
Does anyone else in the room have a, okay, spell your last name for me?
HANTZSCHE.
Wait. HANTZSCHE, okay. Dan? Don. Gosh, so close but so far away.
I answered anything.
Mr. Lewandowski?
I think I might have Carol.
We need two more.
Let me see if I got lists of put them all. I know there's not one.
They don't have to be a citizen of Archer, yes?
I
The
don't know.
question I asked is, do they have to be a citizen of Archer?
No, I think when High Springs did it, for example, they had at least one business
Community.
owner in it.
Business owner?
Because that was kind of their thought as well, of, you know, when that person had volunteered.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, because the other person, or either one, husband and wife team I'm thinking of is,
Uh-oh.
McSherry's. I mean, I don't know if a husband and wife team both could be members, but one of the two, I think, would be a representative of the right outside the city, but landowners, farming people.
Okay. What's the last name?
December
right?
is her first name. McSherry, McSherry. Very respectable
Do
and
you have her,
activist as far as.
do you have her contact information to ask?
I do at home, I don't have
Okay.
it with me.
That's fine, I
I'm
just
sorry.
wondered if you had it. Maybe you can ask.
Yeah, I have December's phone number.
Okay. Do you mind asking her if she would like to?
No, not at all.
Okay, thanks.
And just another throw out would be our director of the Davis Center, Santa Fe College. She
Shelley
lives on
Banfield.
122nd, which is pretty close to being our city limits now.
Banfield.
Shelley Banfield.
All right, and I think
And
that
that's
Vice
an
Mayor,
educational institution.
I think Vice Mayor is asking Carolyn Calfani.
I'm not trying to get more than the, was it 5 we have to have, but do we have alternates or no?
Throw an extra person on there, and if,
Just,
you know, it's one of those things where then if one person drops out, it's not the end of the world. You've got,
or one's absent, you have
yeah.
an alternate.
Or if they want to participate and you've got 6, I don't think having 6 is the, you know.
No, they just come with their recommendations as a group.
Correct.
Consensus.
Essentially, they'll meet, they'll go through the charter, they'll work with the city attorney's office and Mr. Hammond to bring forth essentially a red line of your charter, and then you all will vote independently. You know, they'll put together it's a document that essentially has their proposed changes, why they're wanting to make the changes, and then you can go through and essentially one by one hand select. So if you like all of them, great, you take all of them. If there's one of them you're like, you know, you can choose not to adopt that one.
Okay.
And we have Pastor Glenn Thigpen that runs the parochial school and Family Life Church, if we just wanted a religious institution.
Who have you got so far?
Oh, hold on.
Oh, I'm on a roll.
Yes, you are.
I'm sorry.
That's 7. Hold on, I'm gonna give it to you. Because I'm gonna give it to her, to Danielle.
We had
I
3 in the
might have-
audience that
I
would
might have
participate.
spelled Carolyn's last name incorrectly.
KH.
I did the KH, but I couldn't remember the
I think
rest.
it's a 8.
No, well, we have to ask the ones that are not here to respond.
I almost attacked.
Well, my problem
You
is,
didn't see her.
and I appreciate all of them and like them all, but we're asking county residents,
Well, that's what I asked. If they had to be in the city limits or could they be in
You guys don't have anything in your charter that prohibits it?
I understand, but still, it would seem like it would be our city residents that would decide on our charter review.
But I kind of think if we open it up, that it kind of helps to eliminate bias of any kind, you know. like,
Just to give
Just to, yeah, give a
Input from
better.
those-
I'm good with it, I just don't want to leave out an Archer citizen.
If they want to do it.
Yes.
May I ask a question? Do you have to advertise?
I apologize, I don't.
Do you have to
Advertise.
advertise?
The meetings?
No.
No.
You
The
know, that you're
selection.
looking for a committee for the charter. Do you advertise that? Is that something that's supposed to be advertised?
No, I mean, it was in the agenda, so I mean, it was publicly noticed. In terms of putting it in the newspaper, there's no statutory requirement that you publicly notice it in that way. Does that make sense?
Where was the agenda? I looked all over the place trying to find the agenda in advance of the meeting tonight, and I couldn't find it anywhere.
It's not on the website? I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
it's there, I got to it. I just go to city commission and then, agendas and minutes. Click on that and it pulls them up.
Sometimes it comes up for me, Johnny, and sometimes it doesn't.
You should call me. You can call me anytime.
But I'm just saying that for anybody else,
Yeah.
maybe they could find it, maybe they could.
So are you interested, Ms. Skinner?
I thought you were doing
I've
this
got
back.
enough on my plate where you can look at it.
I
Ms.
understand.
Lopez does it all the time at the microphone. I don't know why she don't want to do it.
I really don't have time. Spend too much time at this meeting.
I'm gonna remember that when it's my repass.
Oh, oh.
I'm gonna remember that when it's my repass. I'm gonna have time.
Work it out. Okay, okay. That's enough names for you.
You've got a motion on the floor, a motion a second, so if you all are good with these 7 names, 7, right? 7 names.
Yes, yes, and because I didn't write them, and I think it was, well, you're gonna,
Can I just make a quick suggestion? That if there is a possibility that you want some more people or some more names, we have a town hall meeting coming up Thursday night.
yes, ma'am.
Possible that you could ask if others are interested in joining the committee?
It is very possible, if that's,
The charter review boards will actually be public meetings, so you don't have to be on the committee to come participate too. So that's something as well that you can nominate your committee tonight, and it doesn't preclude anybody from coming and participating. It's gonna be a public meeting, correct.
but I could still mention it.
No, I think that's a great idea of mentioning it at the town hall, and especially that they are gonna be publicly noticed meetings, and that the public is invited and welcomed and encouraged.
There's hardly any changes right here. They were allowed.
So the ones the stars are by, Carolyn Calfani, she's gonna, Vice Mayor's gonna reach out. Pastor Thigpen, are you gonna,
Sherry. is-
you're gonna make Sherry? And who else was
That
on
could be
there?
Pastor Glenn Thigpen as well.
Shelley Banfield?
Okay, I have her information, I can
You're gonna reach out?
reach out to her.
Educational institution.
Yes, I didn't think about it that way, but yes, sir.
Tell her I threw her name in there. She needs to do something.
All right. Ooh, all right.
See,
Okay.
they think Carol done that.
So we had a motion, we had a second?
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember that. I don't remember that, but okay.
I don't know, just do it over, just in
Okay.
case. Because now I don't remember either.
All right, so a motion to adopt these names
Can you
if,
read-
Sure.
Somebody read those names into the record so that we just know.
So Lori Costello, Don, how do you say your last name? Hanchey.
Hanchey.
Bob Lewandowski. Bill?
Bill.
Oh. The mayor set me up for failure, Mr. Lewandowski, I apologize.
I've been up since 2 a.m. I'm sorry.
There are lots of names on that.
December McSherry, Shelley Banfield, Carolyn Calfani, Pastor Glenn Thigpen are your 7 names that you would be motioning to approve at this point in time.
Yes, all right, so do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
There's no microphone.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Hope and a second by Vice Mayor. All right, any discussion? We've already decided who was gonna reach out to whom. And we will let you know, Danielle, what they say when they respond, if they respond. All right, public,
Just responding to the city to let them know of the interest.
What's the process?
I have connection with all of you. You're welcome to shoot me an email or drop me a phone call.
To confirm
Yeah.
their interest? Okay.
Yeah, I like talking to you.
all right. Public discussion on the motion. Oh, seeing none, let's go to a vote. All in favor of the motion on the floor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed likewise. Motion carries 5-0. Agenda item 6, resolution number 2024-15.
Madam Mayor, this is resolution number 2024-15, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Archer, Florida, adopting cybersecurity standards in compliance with Section 282.3185, subsection 4A of the Florida statutes, delegating all cybersecurity authority to the city manager and authorizing the city manager to respond to cybersecurity threats and take appropriate action as needed, providing for conflicts, and further providing for an effective date.
Motion, guys? Do we have a motion?
So moved, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So we have a
Second.
motion by Commissioner Hope and a second by Vice Mayor. Commissioner discussion.
Madam Mayor, Eric May has already reached out and said that he's happy to work with Mr. Hammond to establish a set of policies. The original one we had sent over that other cities were using, he scoffed at and said he could do better. So we said okay.
So you mean I wasted my time doing that?
You did not waste your time. Absolutely not. But
I was kidding about
Eric
that.
May is very excited to get started on this, and he has already said he'll work hand in hand with Mr. Hammond on it.
Okay.
He actually has developed a online test that he has passed on to the city. And I believe just about all the girls in the office have taken it. I've taken it, and I'm not sure who else has taken it, but I will be checking on that to find out what the progress is on it.
Okay.
It's like a 15-minute online video that you watch, and you have to have a quiz behind it that you have to take.
Okay. All right.
Oh, and on top of that, he sends some fake emails to see if you're smart
I
enough
tell
to
you
determine
what,
that it's a.
because I
it's
get
a
so
threat.
many fake emails, I'll be like, I know Deanna probably get tired of me sometimes. I'll be like, hey, what is such and such? Why we got this? But, yeah.
I got it.
But, all right, public discussion on the motion. Seeing none, let's go to a vote. All in favor of the motion on the floor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed likewise. Motion carries 5-0. Agenda item 7 are the audit items.
I gave all of you, I asked again to give all of you, I'm sorry, my own,
It's that time of year.
a copy of the 14 things. Oh, I'm sorry. I asked Deanna to give each commissioner a copy of the 14 charges that we had, I'm calling them charges, from the state audit. The last month, I've gone through more paperwork, more records, and I have found that we're almost guilty of every one of them again. If we're not guilty of every one of them. I've spoken to Caleb. Caleb has said that he will, the auditor, that he will do the credit cards and the fuel along with the regular audit. He will look at the bills as he does the credit audit, as he does the audit for any past due bills and how they've affected us. What we have to determine is what else we want him to look at. Timesheets are something I want him to look at. A lot of what is in the timesheets is because of us. We need to look at our policies, and it's internal, and we need to take care of it. And it doesn't need to be done next month, it doesn't need to be done next year, it's gotta be done now. And, contractual obligations, I'm asking him to look at the timesheets, focusing on vacation and sick time. There's a lot of overtime, but there's also a lot of vacation and sick time. The contractual obligations, this was brought to me because of paying two contractors to perform the same job. In doing that, I also learned that these two contractors doing the same job never went out for RFP or bid. And we hired two contractors without it happening. So, I don't know, I just chose some and but those two things did happen. And they need to be looked at. All of our, well, in doing the timesheets, there is so much that comes down to us being lazy, plain and simple. And you just agreed to a year's contract for the city manager. And if you look at that contract, you're giving him 18 hours a month vacation time. Only our 20-year employee gets 18 hours. The contract you okayed, plus the one that was okayed in 21, say he's entitled to it because that's the rate right now. That's not true. The rate right now should be for Tony 10 hours, 12 hours a month for vacation. At the time he got it in 21, it should have been 5 or 8, I'm not sure. But anyway, we paid out last year almost $10,000 in vacation pay. Policy is you only get half of the payback, and you have to leave 200. You can only get 240 hours a year. Each year it goes back, and because you can only have 240. You can sell back what you don't use, but you have to leave 180, I think, or 80. That's not happening. Madam Attorney? Ma'am? Our own contract violates our policy. He is getting 18 hours of vacation time. The policy says he's entitled, because of the time he's got, he's entitled to 12. He can sell part of it back, but not all of it. We'll only take back half. Now, if we're going by personnel policy, and according to that contract, one I read, that's what it should go back to the personnel policy.
I'd have to read both items to give you a definitive answer. The note I will make for you is that typically city managers are not charter officers, sometimes they are charter officers, and that may be the distinguishing factor. If you'd be willing to share what you've got with me, I'm happy to get you an answer.
Let me make sure I got it, yeah, I do.
Policy is for all staff.
Huh?
I understood that policy was for all staff, and then as she's speaking, the charter officer is by contract. But I'm not arguing with it because I haven't reviewed it myself specifically.
It said, well, I'm going back to the employment contract from the very first one.
Was 12 hours?
2018, that we did, said,
12 hours?
the employee shall accrue vacation leave at the rate of 10 hours per month. Upon the employee's anniversary date of employment, unused vacation in excess of the maximum allowed by the city's personnel policy shall be forfeited. The employee shall accrue sick leave at the rate of 8 hours per month, which is according to, and other than is amended herein, the employee shall be subject to the provisions of the city's personnel policy. You want this?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm a visual, not a auditory.
Okay. Pass that to
Okay,
her.
me either. Can I see that page?
Yeah,
Right
this
here.
one?
Yes.
Trade to?
This is the one that we just did. And it says that upon the employee's anniversary date of employment, unused vacation in excess of the maximum allowed by the city's personnel policy shall be paid out. He's getting 18 hours per month, which is the current rate. That's not the current rate. If you look at our personnel policy, the current rate is determined by the amount of years you have in. And if you go by his years, it would be 12. You want this too? Here is the personnel policy. Oops. The part that deals with sick leave and vacation time. And
The
it
10 and
appears
8
like
on
it
that
all falls-
contract is combined then.
Huh?
The sick leave and the vacation is combined, and that's how they get the 18 on that contract?
No, ma'am. No, sir. I'm sorry. No, he has sick leave also.
Okay.
Plus five days. It's in there, 5 days of administrative leave. And I can only say that I didn't question this before because I just assumed it was like the very first one that we okayed. And I don't know how it got past us. And you're right, it did make an ass out of me. But those are the kind of things I want the auditor to look at, because to me, that violates our own policy.
I'll have to look into all of it. I can't, I don't want to shoot from the hip and be wrong.
Okay. I'm good with that, but I'm here tonight to see what y'all want to take to the auditor.
My question is, I'm sorry, for Public Works, do they clock in and clock out? That's how you determine the time cards or the?
No.
They write their times in, right?
Hmm?
They write their times.
They write it in, they don't physically clock
I don't
in.
have one with me, but they write it in, and that's the other thing.
They're incomplete.
Well, some of them are, and some of them have being paid overtime, and I'm looking for the overtime and still can't find it. But it's there, and, but sick time reverts to zero according to our policy, personnel policy. On the first day of October, it reverts back to zero. And then you accrue it at however 4.62 hours. No, it reverts back to zero, and then it's accrued on the first day of each month for 10 hours, one day a month. They can only get up to 120 hours of sick time.
By policy, it's use it or lose it on the sick time.
Exactly.
And then
It doesn't get paid
and that's
out.
standard practice.
Now.
The
what they're
vacation is
doing-
accrued year after year.
But it can only go,
To
you
two-
you can only build it to 240 hours
240, and then you cash it in at full value or half value?
at half value.
At half value.
And if you look, they are continuing to accrue sick time past October 1st. I mean,
So if they don't use the sick time, I'm sorry, if they don't use the sick time, they lose it.
Use it or lose it.
Oh, no, I
For
wouldn't
each
want a
year.
job with the
It
sick.
reverts to zero.
Boom.
They get 12 days a year. And if they don't use it, it reverts back to zero.
Zero, and they start over
on
again.
October 1st.
So you get 1 day per month.
1 day per month for sick time.
So if they had to
Well,
have surgery or something needed 6 weeks out, their sick leave doesn't accrue.
And that's the other thing. Well, they have vacation time they can use too.
Okay.
So what were the things you,
My bad.
what,
Go ahead.
what were the things you said
I
you
said
asked Caleb?
he would include in the regular audit the credit cards and the fuel.
And the fuel.
Oh.
And he will also look at the bills as he goes through the audit, looking for the past due. We're asking him to look at the timesheets. Hey, and we're gonna have to look at them also. And the contractual obligations are,
Or the add-ons that we're asking him to add in
Yeah.
the scope of his service.
yes.
And what about the review of the vacation and sick time?
That's on the timesheets.
So specifically, I think that's what Commissioner Hope is saying, is that something he's looking at?
He will.
When you add the timesheet, it's going
Yeah.
to be specific to the
Yeah.
review and the vacation sick time by
Yeah, because
policy.
some of it is really, like I said, some of it's on us. We don't, and I've learned through this, if it's not for some reason, and I don't mean to be ugly, but for some reason, good old common sense has flown out the door, and if it's not written in black and white, we can do it. And so we're gonna have to look at our policies. We're gonna have to look at what we've ignored. Because, like I said, these 14 things, right now, we're guilty of quite a few of them. And I have, like I said, I have looked through a lot of paperwork. Lori has looked through gas logs, Roberta looked through contracts, and there is evidence of,
You said he was going to do gas logs
yes,
in his standard procedure,
it's going to
or
be part of the,
of his standard financial
Of the
statement audit?
of
is
the annual
gas-
audit.
That's what I understood, he said.
Yes.
Okay.
that's what he told me, that
Okay.
it would be part of the annual audit. And now the bills, he will look at they won't be pulled out as a separate, but as he does the audit, he will look at the bills, looking
Just
for
taking
like,
examples of the samples, okay. And this is all for the year, from what you understand, Commissioner White, 23, 24?
no,
For the
this is
23,
for 22, 23. It's September
okay,
of
so it's
22.
October of 23,
That's it.
unless we ask him to
October through
expand the
September.
scope.
Yes. Yes.
But we have that ability in our
Oh, we
scope
can,
service
yes,
to
we can.
ask him to
And that's
look
what he
at.
said today. I got an email from him earlier today, and he said, but that would require us going back and, almost like having another audit.
So, wait, he's gonna do the fiscal year for 22, 23, or
22, 23. And if we want him to go further in any year, then it would mean a standalone,
For that period of time, we're asking them to go back. If it's 1 year or 6 months into the previous
Right.
year, and we have to give him that direction based on our decisions.
right.
And we can add that, as he gets into it, or it has to be now? Or you didn't?
And that he didn't say, because most of what he will find will be in that year, and, or most of what's going on, he'll find in that year.
In
And then
2023.
we'll have to address it for this year.
For this year, 2024, to correct anything that we found in 2023.
Right. Yeah, like the record keeping and, I mean, we've got policies set up, they're just not being followed. And I guess they need to be in black and white. But, that's what I mean, it's been ugly.
Okay, Commissioner White, if I can just review again, when we say we're gonna add the timesheets, we're gonna establish a standard operating procedure?
Yes.
So he has that as his guidepost of what, not only completing the timesheet,
Right.
but the review
Well, now, if
process as
you look
well.
at the, that was part of it. I'm almost sure. Was it timesheets part of the state audit?
Yeah, we're adding that one for the
Yeah.
review. And the contractual obligations.
Mm-hmm. Right, yeah. The city should establish written policies and procedures that require all employees to record time worked and leave used. Supervisors to review and document approval of such time, and overtime payment calculations be verified.
And I'm sorry for my ignorance, but do we currently have a standard operating procedure policy for timesheet completion? We do
have-
not.
We have, well, I can't say we
A
don't,
policy
but
where it directs this administrator on what to review on an action that's required of them in the manual
requires
written
his
timesheet.
signature. It requires his signature.
We have that by policy right now?
Well, the
Or
time
do we-
sheet says.
Do we need to establish that policy?
It probably does. I mean, we're gonna have to, yeah.
Okay.
And that's
I'm
what I
not-
said. I'm gonna be bringing things to you that are, yeah.
I mean, we just
I
need the
just wanted
agenda.
to do the audit tonight, but we need to look at, and that's one of the reasons I've asked them, citizens, if they've got concerns, if they've got
Bring them
issues, let
to
me
you
know.
so that we can establish a clear policy, either review or establish the policy. Because in respect to all of them, you know, the good old boy, and, well, we've always done it this way, not if you have a policy that's, even if it's as effective
But you gotta make sure
immediately.
that somebody's making sure that policy's being
And
followed
follow
too.
it, which is the review process of the
And-
administrator, so.
And that's what, we had these set up, if you'll remember, in 2016 or 17, we had everything clear. I mean, we were clear of everything but the very first one, and he said we would never be clear of it because we didn't have enough staff.
Well, that's
And that
why
was the
I'm
billing.
asking about the timesheet policy, because it seems like we had to establish that as a corrective step.
Right.
I'm sorry, I haven't gotten the policy book out, but Mr. Hammond, have you ever seen a timesheet policy
No, sir.
that would include your administrative review or whatever? Because this is from a, we need to, I mean, you're asking for, what,
Yeah, develop.
have you gotten something that they've signed and what they're supposed to do on a timesheet?
I developed a lot of policies after I got here, but there was nothing on timesheet policies.
And what you expected them and how to complete a timesheet? And you've not established anything that we don't know of or whatever, I mean, just in daily operations, okay?
May I make a suggestion in regard to the timesheets?
Yeah.
I'm willing to listen.
Yeah.
and while he's coming up, Mr. Hammond, could you provide us a draft of what you expect with the timesheet, with all these issues being brought forward?
Yes, sir.
I mean, that would be a starting point for us for our review. Rather than us mandating top-down, we can have that opportunity once you administratively give us that review and what you expect to look at a timesheet and see if I work for you. Then that's the guidepost for that staff, and then for you to address accordingly from.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, Mr. Lewin.
Yeah, so what I was going to suggest is you look at something, one of these payroll type programs, that there's several very good ones, and they embed the policy into the program so that it automatically calculates this stuff. It has, you can even have it set up so the employees run the timesheets off their phone, don't have to, but that's a way to do it. The time off policy, all that's automatically calculated. So the only way a mistake, it really stops these types of mistakes from happening, and you could all get access to it. So all of you could have your own login and password, which would not impact the day-to-day operations, but you could review it. So one that I used, I've used several in the past. The one that comes to mind is the one I used for the American Legion. It's called Gusto, G-U-S-T-O. It's a fairly simple one. You can embed a lot of the time off policies, embed all that stuff into it, so it automatically tracks that for you. So it eliminates the error part. It eliminates you trying to remember all the various policies. You establish it, you set it up, and you let the darn thing run. So I would highly recommend use Gusto is one I've used personally. There's other ones out there that are more expensive, some are cheaper. But look at one of those types of programs. It will really save you a lot of time, money, and aggravation. Plus, it tracks it.
My bad. I'm sorry. They had the phones. They used those for a while. I don't know what happened with that. But they're not being used anymore. Now they're using the timesheets, and then they get their, do I have one? They get their pay stubs, and they list, and the pay stub shows what they've accrued and the hours. Oh, here, y'all look at them, pass them down. I need to get all this stuff back too, please. But the new program, I don't know if this is the old program or the new program, but it has all of it. It's not being.
Commissioner White, do you want this stuff back?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I'll make you copies.
Okay, I just want to make sure I look at what you want me to look at, that's all. Hold on.
And Commissioner White, sometimes, and I don't know what program you're using, so I'm not going to,
The end is in your.
I don't want to talk down about it if I don't know it. But sometimes you have to be careful, because sometimes the programs become too complicated. When it becomes too complicated, people don't use it.
Yeah, we don't know anything about that.
You need me to make you copies, Danielle?
If you don't, or just send me an email on what you're looking at.
Okay. I will do that.
That's your pen, that's right. That's what I've been.
I pulled this out of the drawer. I don't know what you did with yours.
No, she can come down. We let him come.
Brenda Skinner. As someone who was in charge of doing the payroll at two different companies, one very large, huh?
I should have come talk to you.
Well, one large and one small. And I had to make sure the payroll was done for my boss at both of the companies. I didn't have to prepare the sheets, but I just had to make sure that the people did their sheets. I think it's a simple thing. You need somebody who's an administrative assistant to get them ready. And that's what my job was at both of these different places. So somebody needs to make sure that the paperwork is ready for Tony so that he can then look at it and make sure that everything is right before payroll is done.
Or reject it if it's not.
Exactly. And there was one rule that we all had. You don't turn it in, you don't get paid. And let me tell you something. It doesn't take many times for somebody to say, "Where's my paycheck?" And you look at them and go, "Where was your timesheet?" And they get them in pretty fast.
I had it happen a couple of times. But that's all it takes is a couple of times, and people learn, you turn in your paycheck, your timesheet if you want to get paid.
I think they're turning in their timesheets, and I think that the timesheets are, and I honestly don't want to accuse anyone of anything, but they're being signed off on without being looked at.
Well, and sometimes people don't understand.
By not just the city manager, but, and by us. I mean, we're sitting up here acting, and it's on us. It's on
And
us.
sometimes they don't understand, what's a PTO, what's a sick time, what's a vacation time? But I've got this many hours, what do you mean I don't have enough? No, you only have that many sick time hours, you don't have that many vacation time. And sometimes you have to explain those things. And I know I've had to call down to corporate offices and say, hey, I need to double check how many times this person has, because they're sure they've got this many hours, and that's not what they're showing. So, yes, there are questions that come up, but then that's why you've got Tony sitting there, you're getting something ready, so then it goes to the city manager. But I think maybe he needs somebody else getting the paperwork coming in from your public works people or whoever else needs to be paid, and then they take them, make sure they're filled out completely, and then they take them and say, here's payroll that needs to be done for tomorrow. So the deadline may be on Tuesday, so that they can get them to Tony for Wednesday morning.
And we do have that. That's Cindy. Cindy does that. And Cindy does the totals. And Cindy does the printouts. And then,
But I think it's the good enough syndrome that's set in with those timesheets. What I've seen is piecemeal, not complete, and there's nobody processing a rejection back, with the consequences being you're not gonna get a paycheck.
And it can get to that point, because I know it happened with
And
me.
that's unfortunate
We
for
finally
that.
have to kick them back.
Like you said, Ms. Skinner, it doesn't take many times before they either quit or they understand this is the guidelines for completing your timesheet.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Don Hitch, a resident. It's apparent that we don't have our eyes on all the pieces of business, and I know in the past, commissioners had an area that they watched, working with the city manager, and then that was done away with. And it sounds like probably because we were bypassing the city manager, where we should be working through the city manager. So that would give eyes on each piece of the business, and some of these things wouldn't slip. But my big question is, you gotta turn the faucet off before you start mopping the floor. And this accrued of sick days, we gotta stop that, because we're just wasting taxpayer money. And we gotta stop it at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. And who's responsible for that? Who's gonna take action to stop that and get it right? If that's our policy, I haven't looked at policy, but if that's our policy, we have to fix that, because we're throwing money out the window.
and it's really not a hard fix because it's 12 hours a month.
Yeah, right.
I mean, 12
And,
hours.
and October 1st,
Not month.
use it or lose it, which is standard,
It's 1 day a month.
yeah, which is, I mean,
For the sick, and it doesn't accrue
Yeah.
from 1 year to the
right,
next.
and that's standard across every business I've ever worked
So
with.
that's the first step in the audit to me, is to go back to October 1st and go to 0, and then
That's it.
there's no accrual of sick time, so everybody needs, that's the first audit step. Put out a
And then I'll
notice.
do the first step.
Well, but
We sign the policy and understand the policy that we currently have. It's not like we changed it tonight.
Right, but I mean, to me, we shouldn't wait till the audit, because,
No, what I mean is the audit back to 0 and then take each.
oh, right, put October 1st to 0, and then how much they accrue, and then how much they take, and, right,
Nobody could have more than 8 days of sick time accrued for 2024.
right.
And the thing is, they're doing it the hard way because she's using 4.62 hours per pay period, which equals 12 months. But
12,
it's.
never mind, I got you,
yeah.
I got you.
So,
However, the policy states you get the first day of October, you get it. And then you accrue it monthly on the first day of the month. The policy's right there, and that's, so why not do it that way?
now, who's responsible?
The pay period, there's nothing wrong with that if it's the.
But why,
it follows-
when the policy says one day a
Because it has
month
to
on the
follow
first
the
day
pay
of.
date if it's reflected on their paychecks.
Yeah, you do. You have to break it up.
I'm taking a guess at it, because it's probably the way the program is written, that you have to do it by pay period, not by the month.
Well, that's.
I may be wrong, but that's what I'm
It's
thinking.
an accrued process to have those benefits.
And I'm good with that, but change the policy. Then we need to look at changing the policy.
So it reflects the pay date.
Exactly, because
Pay
that's
period.
not what the pay period.
So who's responsible to fix that?
Policy.
No, to fix the, go back to zero and,
To answer your question, my opinion, it should be an administrative order that you pull the ladies in that process that, whatever piece they do, and then make sure all the notice is typed out that they sign and understanding why this audit correction is being done, and have the policy attached. I mean, it's a paper trail, but have them sign the policy. This is not a new policy. It's been an error in the conversion, and it goes back to the beginning of the fiscal year.
Before we deprive people of sick time that we've already given to them, I just asked the commission to let me make sure that we're not trouncing on employment law violations. At this point, they've been awarded the sick time, right, wrong, or indifferent. And I don't know that just unilaterally taking it away from them because a policy that hasn't been followed exists. I don't know that that's necessarily fair, and we could run afoul on that. That's my only word of caution on just retroactively ripping sick time away from people.
I know on vacation you can't do that. But,
I imagine
yeah.
sick time is probably very similar.
Exactly, it should be, 'cause
And can this be old business for next meeting that we get updates on where we are?
That's what I was saying, so that the hard work and homework that Commissioner White's doing as our liaison, if it's unfinished business regarding the audit, we start itemizing those things, so we don't overwhelm ourselves, but we feel good about correcting things.
Right.
I mean,
And I'd like you did tonight with Lori stuff, any question or something that's not answered should go to old business for the next
Absolutely.
status.
Because I didn't, in respect to you, Lori, you sent an addendum that's now 10 more questions that are unanswered, not tonight, but these are things that go back even further that need clarification for your satisfaction as a citizen. If the answer is, why don't we do it like Hawthorne? Because we're not Hawthorne. I mean, that's just when I pulled off. I mean, you need to hear that from this dais. It may not be what you want to hear, but if we don't want to act like Hawthorne because we're Archer, you need to hear that rather than no answer at all.
And we
that's
don't
just
have
me
the funds
respecting you
to
as a
have.
human being. And that was the simplest elementary one I could find. But I mean, there are other things you're asking about, on that list of 10 questions. So I haven't gotten away from those. I just didn't want to belabor 2 more hours of the meeting tonight. But it's that important to me because I feel like I'm not doing my job to not make sure, because you helped us in some things that identified things that we need to take care of so that we clarify, whether it's the sign, calcification, or whatever. I'm sorry, Mr. Nancy.
Yeah, come on, Commissioner Hope. Thank you.
I know, we want to go home, but thank you. So,
Yeah, I definitely do.
but yes, we need to, this is that old agenda business that we need to start the list.
So
It may
back,
exhaust you as citizens participating, but at least you'll see we're acting on that.
so Commissioner Hope, back to the item at hand. Did we want to add any additional things for the auditor?
Keeping in mind that whatever we add is gonna add to the charge.
To the scope of service.
Yes.
And that's why I asked,
And that's what
I asked the question, if we want to extend into another 6-month period, that's a whole scope of service addition, or do we want to just take these items and then based on this, we start reviewing our policy and make sure we're administering our policy.
I would like to know what it would cost us to do, to carry it on in, because, but I believe he'll find what he needs to find in that period of time.
To do a summary so that we correct the,
Yeah, then it's gonna be left to us.
right, and the
And
standard
next year's
operating
audit
procedures,
will
whether
tell
they're
us.
followed through with or not, by policy. Okay.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
if it's the will of the commission utilizing the items identified tonight, I would be happy to partake in negotiations with the auditor to determine what the cost of what has been presented thus far is. Such that, I know you guys are talking about bringing this back on old business, but I don't know that you want to make a list of 12 things only to find out that it's some astronomical number.
I had told Caleb that, I would send him what we had and he could then tell me what it was gonna be.
That's fine. I would just suggest some
Yeah.
sort of like interim discussion with him, you know, because if you find out that adding 4 things is X number of dollars and you're fine with that, you're going to want to prioritize your top 4 things as
Right,
opposed
exactly.
Well, in review, we've only added 2 of the things, if I understand correctly. He's going to look at credit cards, fuel, and he's going to, whether he cherry picks or whatever, but in his normal financial statement audit, he's going to look at past due bills from examples and samples. He's going to look at the gas logs. We have then added 3 things: the timesheet by policy, the contractual obligations, 2 contractors doing the same job for his review and, you know, our follow-up.
And no
And then the
RFP.
1-year contract with the city manager versus what, by policy, which we gave legal to assist us with on that one before we direct him. Because we may not need him, we may just need to do our own work
Right,
and do it
well, that
correctly.
would be part of the timesheets anyway, because
Right.
Tony,
Well, Tony doesn't fill out a timesheet, but it would affect his contract or, you know, or whatever, and that's it. I mean, so we're only adding 2 things and the potential 3 with the city manager contract.
yeah.
My question is, how often do the city employees have meetings that you sit down with them as a group?
We sit down and meet when we need to. I see them every day. I don't have to have a meeting with them. I mean, I see Calvin and John every day. I see Deanna and Tangi and Cindy every day. We talk every day.
But do you talk, Tony?
Yes, we talk.
I mean, do you,
Meeting till
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
That's what I'm
Yes.
saying, that's staff meetings.
Something here, if you don't mind.
Yes, ma'am.
So I can get it off my chest. Anyway, I heard credit cards, I heard, something else in policy. And this is what I think should happen when it comes to credit cards, right away. Somebody need to make a motion to place a hold on all credit card users until a policy and user agreement is established. We have none. So anybody can just go out there and do what in the heck they want right now. Because they've been issued these credit cards and phones, they can.
We have a policy.
Where is it?
I don't have it in my presence, but I know we have a credit card use policy. We have a
Okay.
credit card policy.
Fine,
use.
then I would like to request that from Mr. Hammond as a public records request, because
There
we
had to be
need
one.
that.
Yes, there is one.
Yes, there is.
Yes, there is. I
Yes, there
developed it
is.
when I first got
When I was
here because
personnel
of this
liaison,
audit.
there were tons of policies that haven't been sunsetted.
It was developed right after I got here
I
because
haven't-
of the
I haven't-
audit.
I haven't finished that topic yet, okay?
You haven't
The
what?
last time.
Finish her 3 minutes. Go ahead, Miss.
See, you're talking on my 3 minutes.
Go ahead, Miss.
The last time we were here, it was said that there was 4 or 5, I don't know which one, credit cards out there. This is why I'm saying you need to establish that policy now and get it. If you have one, you need to put it in place so that you have some kind of procedure for the use of it. Because if they're not following that policy, then as far as I'm concerned, the law is being broken. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, we need like an outsider, not necessarily an outsider, we have an attorney. Maybe our attorney can review that agreement to make sure that it is correct and that and the people are following it. Because, you know, something's gotta happen here. We don't need but 2 credit cards out there. The only people I think need a credit card is Mr. Hammond and Deanna. And if Cindy need to use a credit card, she can go through Mr. Hammond and say, Mr. Hammond, I want to use your credit card. I got to do this and da-da-da-da-da. But we do not need all of these people, please, having these credit cards. And the phone situation is the same thing. Do we have a policy here on the use of phones? Because a person can get a phone, one of the people here can get a phone, do whatever they want, and nothing you can do about it because you don't have a policy in place for them to see what they can or they can't do.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I will agree with her on going down to two credit cards. I think that's all a city this size needs, is 2 credit cards. And it really ought to be kept in the city manager and the city clerk's desk, the deputy clerk. We have got an accountant that is using a credit card and then overseeing her account. She is accounting then for, and I don't know of anywhere that would happen, but, larger. But, I do think we need to go back. That was one of the things, we had too many credit cards. We need to go back to 2 credit cards. And if we have to have 3 credit cards and Deanna keep them in her drawer and you sign them out, and when you come back, you have a receipt.
And I think that's what.
Well, I think 2 is it.
Mr. Hammond, could you provide us with the current policy on credit cards and send it to us?
Yes, sir.
This falls back on us, as you said, over and over, Commissioner White. If we have a current policy, that policy needs to be reviewed by this dais with recommendations to change, and that needs to be old business agenda audit number 1. We have to start somewhere, as Mr. Don has talked about. Roberta's saying that we don't have policies. We do. I would just like to see the current policy.
Continue, Commissioner, please.
I'm sorry, we have to start somewhere and give guidance or, recommendations to Commissioner White as she's doing this homework, because I see in your eyes there are lots of things we need to review, but we need to get this policy reviewed regarding our sick time and the legality of that. So if we have the opportunity to correct that, retro back to the beginning of the fiscal year, that's a piece to start with. As Mr. Hansey said, you got to start somewhere like tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock. So I would like to see our sick time policy sent to me and our credit card policy
We also.
sent to me. I don't know if the rest of the commission want it to review and then provide feedback straight to Mr. Hammond, not to all of us, so Mr. Hammond has a basis to start with.
One thing opens up another, you just open up a can of worms that just keeps going. When you're looking at sick time, you've also got to look at working from home.
Sure.
We had an employee that worked from home for almost 4 months. We need to set a policy down that says you can't do that. The attorney can, whatever. We need a policy that says if you're gonna be out that long, we're gonna put somebody in here that can do the job because we need you. And when you've got a timesheet that shows 5 a.m. until 5 p.m., 12 hours, and I know there was no lunch. That goes against our own policy. But yet it happened. And how do we know? Because there's no way to know, and I'm not accusing anybody of anything other than it just don't add up, there's no way of knowing that she worked those 12 hours straight without a lunch.
Well, and I will go there. At that point, it's an administrative override giving approval. And Mr. Hammond, I'm not trying to throw you against the wall, but if you approve that and it wasn't by policy, then we're not following policy and we're as good as.
And that's why the overtime working from home has been stopped, period. None of them can do that at all anymore, period.
And that is the purpose, and somebody asks you, do you have meetings or whatever? There needs to be, you need to create your own list of, here are the things that need to be corrected immediately because we're under audit review. It doesn't matter
So when did it
what.
stop, Tony?
Huh?
I asked Tony when it stopped working from home.
Probably about
February.
February? Okay.
sometime in the last couple of months, I don't know exactly when.
Okay.
I'm sorry, the thing was off, sometime in the last couple of months, I can't remember exactly when.
Okay.
And the issue is, it should have never happened in the first place.
No, it shouldn't have.
And if we'd have lost an accountant, staff person because of it, then we'd have gotten a replacement anyway.
And here's the problem.
I personally like Cindy Thomas. I entrust in her, but policy is policy. And it's just like the sick time. I understand, Madam Legal Counsel, what you're saying, but the point is, I've worked for HCA Corporation, hospital system, and if they needed to make an audit correction on your accrued time, it happened. You got notification on a paycheck before it happened, and your ability to object and have it reviewed, but those accounting issues have happened with them.
My thing is, we need to sit down and
we're not that
we need to
big.
look at the policy and say, if you're gonna be out for 4 months, you take a leave of absence. If you're gonna be out for a week, then, and if, you can't just say they can't ever do it, because if COVID hit again, they might have to work
There you
from
go,
home.
because that's where
So
it all
there's gotta
started.
be
And that
some,
created some of this
Exactly.
flexibility. That
Yeah.
I'm
And that's
not
what I'm
justifying any of it, but I'm saying we need to get back to policy now.
and we
We're not
need
in
to
COVID
set
situation.
policy.
But I think, Madam Mayor, I think most, for most jobs where people work from home, they're able to see if you're actually working, or if you're on a lunch break, or if my daughter-in-law works from home every day for Nationwide, and they can tell, but she can't even travel. I mean, a lot of jobs you can travel and work from wherever. She can't do that anymore. Nationwide put a stop to that. So usually when you allow that,
You're on
you
the
have to have
screen.
something that you're on the screen. They can
My
see when you're
daughter-in-law
there.
works for Shands
Yeah.
Financial
And so,
Administration.
yeah, so
And she's
have
on
to
the
have
screen
those
in her
kind of things in
bedroom
place.
2 days of the week, 3 days she's in the shop.
Right.
But she's got to be in front of that
But they,
screen.
right.
She's got to punch out off that screen when she's taking her lunch break.
Right.
And that's what I'm saying,
Yeah.
we've got to figure out a way, though, to make it fair to all of our employees. And, to tell them it can't ever happen again. They may just need to be out for a week or two. And if I have my foot surgery and I can work from home for a week, I don't have a problem with that.
Well, then we'll probably have to have the right kind of equipment in place to allow that.
But in a
So
week's
we
time,
know.
I could withstand 5 a.m. to 5 p.m. in a week's time. I can't withstand 4 months of it. You understand what I'm saying? And if they need to work from home for a week, I'm good. But I'm not good with 4 months.
And my question is, Mr. Hammond, like when I say meetings, like most, I know we in our department, we meet like, they used to meet like every quarter. That's like supervisors and employees. So to me, at least once every 2 months, you gather everybody together and kind of like, I'm not telling you what to do, but discuss things like this, because the time, it should be a way they can clock in every day and clock out. And if they have to work over, then it'll show up on the time clock better. But just sign it in and sign it out, it should be a better policy. Now, the ladies in the office, yeah, you know they're here, you know what they're doing because they're here. But when they out and about, you know, I don't know how long they have for lunch, and I don't know quite where they be, but it should be some way that they can clock in and clock out to keep the time better. I don't know.
And that's, yeah, that's the
I don't
other
know.
thing,
That-
is if we don't figure it out, we're gonna have a wage an hour.
Vice Mayor, you keep saying you don't know, but you do know because you work for an organization that requires.
Yeah, because
So
see,
this-
I work off site like they do, but on my computer I have to clock in.
That's what I'm saying. My
Right there, I clock in. They can tell if I'm on my computer, like you're saying. But when you when you're the guys, when you out and about, what's the best policy to tell where they're at, how to clock in, and how they clock out, and
I can answer that. A strong public works supervisor that's directed by a strong administrator with a regular meeting.
right. Because it got to be a better way to do this because of the time cards. Not saying that people getting over and doing things that they shouldn't be doing. I think I'm a good worker, and I've been on my job 22 years, but I guarantee you they don't trust me enough to just to be on my own. I mean, the other day I messed up and I clocked in late, and then they were like, hey, send me a nice little WebEx. Hey, why did you take an hour? Or it was close to an hour, and I was like, my password changed in the midst of it. So by the time I figured out another password, I was over. And then they said, well, why you say? I said, well, I know y'all busy. I didn't want to bother you. Because it was on me. I was the one losing money. So they said, we'll fix it for you. But there were people there to know I was in the building. I wasn't out at Publix getting nothing to eat. I was there. So that, so it got to be a better way just to clock in, clock out for people time.
Well, they do have a way.
Mm-hmm.
And it's by the phone. And if they're not utilizing it, then I will find that out tomorrow morning.
Well,
That's another start
again,
for us to review.
Again, if you're just doing about a cell phone, if there's not a GPS on that phone, you can't tell where they're at.
That's true.
But
the only other thing to do is put a time clock up somewhere
exactly.
and have them come in and punch in a time clock.
But make sure it's in a place in City Hall, because, and I don't think any of them would do this, but nobody can clock in for someone else.
Yeah.
So you put it.
That's definitely a no-no for us. 'Cause
Well,
we can't.
but I know it happened in
That's
this
a
house.
policy for everywhere. So I mean, is it that hard? I don't want Public Works to be upset, but is it a way to put a time clock in, or even a computer that they could come in and sign in the morning and sign out in the afternoon? They don't. I mean. I don't know how far they'd be out in reference to lunch. Do they have an hour or 30 minutes?
An hour.
And they're supposed to take it.
Oh, yeah, by law, you're supposed to take it.
No, they don't have to. No, wage and hour, that's not a wage and hour law anymore. I looked it up.
What do you do on your lunch breaks up to you?
You don't, that's.
You don't have to clock out.
You do not have to, we can work them. And now Florida's got the new thing where we don't even have to give them a break. Because we can work them straight through. Now, I'm not gonna do that.
I got a nice nasty email not too long ago after
But
6 hours.
no, you do not have to give a lunch break.
Mm.
And, no, they don't have, however,
There has to be a legitimate reason for no lunch.
no,
Madam Vice Mayor,
Yes.
I'm just gonna pull us back to center. You all in your policies have a hard cutoff time of 10 p.m. for these meetings,
yeah, thank you.
and you all are 13 minutes away from that.
Okay.
So I don't know if you want to try to get through, because I think that was the last agenda item.
Okay. Okay, any more public comments? Ugh. Okay, hold on, let,
Some questions. Roberta Lopez.
hold on.
I would like to know how much, what's the amount of funds that are in general fund at this time and the water account?
You talking about the reserves, ma'am?
I want to know what's in general fund, the amount of money that we have, and also the amount of money in our water account.
We have that tonight in the bank account.
Bank account.
Don't count my minutes right now. Y'all
General
looking.
fund. Hold on. I got to go to it, Roberta, I'm sorry.
No problem. Just don't count my minutes.
All places, public places. It
Okay?
has $2,931 in it.
And that's in what account now? Public places.
Wild spaces, public places.
Okay, got it.
And then in the solid waste, wastewater and solid waste account,
This is month ending May 31st.
huh?
It's the bank statement ending May 31st, 2000.
And I think it's $169, $199 around.
How much?
Find it.
One what?
169 and 199. Solid waste is 216, 892.57.
That's before the waste pro bills been sent.
Exactly. Or payroll.
Correct.
There's no payroll in that. Then,
The June was, what is that, 45?
yeah, what is it?
45, 265.01. $45,265.01.
That number scares me.
Yep,
And that's in,
that's general fund.
That's the general fund.
wait.
We have a reserve account. It has 217,696.
Okay, so general is 45,265.01. And the reserve is 217,696. All right, what about water?
Water was
The 2,000? No, that wasn't it.
200,000.
How much?
This is that one I gave you, that was 216,892. Wait a minute, maybe? Yeah, that's solid waste and water.
Yes, I remember writing that down.
Madam Mayor, for a
Well-
point of order before Ms. Lopez, you can hold her time, whatever her methodology is here, but I would like to make a process extension of the meeting for 15 minutes
Jesus.
as a motion.
I think that Vice Mayor seconded.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to get it all over there, where we can start afresh
My
next month.
apologies, Ms. Lopez, but we have to do point of order with protocol.
Any further discussion on the motion? Public discussion on the motion? Seeing none, let's vote. All in favor of the motion on the floor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed likewise.
Continue, Ms. Lopez.
Well, from looking at these funds that was just given, we're in bad shape. We're in bad shape, people. So we need to enact the policies and everything else immediately. This is not good at all. And the other question that, I'm leaving that, and you put that in your back pocket or wherever you want to put it. It's not good. Okay, the other thing I wanted to ask was, there was something else. I had another question. And I can't think of it, so that may be a good thing. But I really do want to know, are you gonna do something tonight or whenever about enacting that policy on the credit card? Because we talked about 4 or 5 out there. Did anybody make a motion or anything or vote on this to say we're gonna limit it to 2 or 1 or 4 or 5? Because that needs to happen
The
now.
request was to review the policy and it be sent to us by tomorrow, and our feedback given back to Mr. Hammond. And if we have to call a special call meeting, we
Oh, yeah,
will.
because you do have a policy for the credit card. I forgot
Mr.
about it.
Hammond, do we have a credit card policy?
He said
Sir,
Yes, sir, we have a credit card
Okay, and I
policy.
did
Thank you,
put-
sir.
And I did put in a request for a copy of that. And the phone calls. The
Yes,
phone
ma'am.
is the same thing.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to have both, thank you.
Is this public comment time? Yeah, okay.
Madam Mayor, what you had missed when you stepped out was I was reminding everyone about the 10 o'clock time limit.
Yes.
Obviously, you all have extended it 15 minutes, but just be cognizant of that in terms of what you still want to get through this
But are
evening.
we still on agenda item 7? Or did we move past that?
No, we're still on.
Okay, okay. So,
I thought,
microphone, baby.
I thought we had our homework set up and we had the guideposts for what to
I
tell the auditor.
thought we did too, so, but I didn't know if anybody closed that
How many
out.
things do we want to do with,
I gave you all I had.
okay, and I'm just saying, I thought we gave direction what the auditor was going to perform, the additional scope of service of the 2 items, plus the
did.
possible contract.
We did, but then I
And then
stepped
the
out. so I
attorney
didn't know
offered to
if-
be able to negotiate and find out what the fee was.
Right.
And that, I'm sorry, did you
Oh, I ain't
get
know.
that as a homework assignment, or only if we gave you that direction?
Yeah, I think actually Commissioner Wade had jumped in and said that she had said to the gentleman that she would send it over. It doesn't matter to me who does it.
I'm good with you doing it.
Okay, I just don't want to,
You do it.
I don't want to offend Caleb. I would entrust you to just say, hey, Caleb, how much is this scope of service going to cost us to add these 2 items? And then you come back to us, and if you need to call a special call meeting, I'm game. I mean, that's where I am.
would prefer that Danielle, I'm good with Danielle doing it.
I just don't want Danielle to think she's got until next month to give us that information. If we need to have a special call meeting regarding this to keep it
We
moving.
got to have it soon, because he has got to do it in July.
I'll just email him tomorrow. I think that resolves
Okay,
the issue.
And I'm just saying, we keep saying that, we can only do so many things by 8 AM in the morning. We've given him direction for us to do our homework, to get back to him, and then if he recommends a special call meeting for us to act on it, he can give it to the mayor, or the mayor mayor can't call a special call meeting, but any one of us can, based on that feedback.
And that's what I'm saying. I don't know that we don't need to have a second meeting this month.
But I think we need to review that policy and give that feedback back into this man, and have this man give us a draft of the policy.
Please remember when you're engaging in this that nobody hit reply all, please.
Really, this is a one-on-one feedback, and then how much work do we have to do in that policy to enact it? So this man can do his homework and give the staff meetings with the direction of what's expected by policy.
I have a suggestion, Tony, when you are sending an email. Couldn't you just blind copy all of us, and that way it comes to us and there's nobody else on there? So that if we do hit reply all, it'll only go to you and,
For whatever reason, it's not foolproof in our other cities, even when you be, like on the emails, for example, for Newberry, every time they send one out, it says, please do not hit reply all, the commission is BCC'd here too.
Okay.
You can do them one at a time, and then it doesn't matter who they hit reply all.
I'll be very careful. I mean, if I have to respond, I'll be very careful.
we'll all be careful. Okay.
And that's what sets the action in motion, is once we review that policy, which is the standard,
Right.
then the action can be taken to review and correct. I mean,
And I can email the auditors tomorrow and not violate sunshine law and email all of you. So, that's not a concern. I can give you guys an update as soon as I know.
All right.
And can you give us an update also on the,
sick time and whether it can
Sick time
be
and all of that.
audited and corrected.
Yes.
Okay.
So those are first 3 steps right there in this audit review.
All right. So we're done with 7?
yeah.
We're good? All right, reports, correspondence, communication, and city manager's report.
Item 1 is the overtime report. You have a copy of that attached to the back of my report. On the overtime report.
Microphone.
Sorry. On the, item 1 is the overtime report. On the back of my report, you have a copy of the overtime attached to it. In the overtime report, I have identified what some of those overtime costs are associated with. Most of them are associated with the Memorial Day event, and then one of them on the month of May the 16th, that week during there, is associated with storm recovery. We had that big rainstorm, windstorm that came in, and we had a lot of tree damage that particular time frame. Item number 2 is the food drive. The next food drive is going to be tomorrow. We'll have one on the 25th, and then the next will be July the 9th. It'll be over at Maddox Park, and this is in conjunction with the Cox Communication. We had 8 code violations the latter part of May and the first part of June. Of the code violations, 3 of them were actually code violations. One of them was 17209 Southwest 127th Avenue. This is unsafe building, overgrown yard, dilapidated fence. This is the particular trailer on 127th that was coded and addressed by the magistrate last year, and we gave them some time to go in and take care of it. Corey's been working with. It's been over a year and nothing has happened with it. I talked with Corey the other day, and they were supposed to have something done within the next week. I coded it again in case they don't do anything with it. It's going to go back to the magistrate. It's in much worse shape now than it was last year when we did it. The windows are out of it, the doors are out of it, it's wide open to the public. Kids can get inside of it. It's just a health hazard right now. Next one is 17145 Southwest 128th Place. This is a courtesy letter. This was an overgrown yard. Next code violation was 17259 Southwest 127th Place. This is an unlicensed, inoperable vehicle. I have addressed this vehicle at least 6 times in the last 2 years. He called me last month. I gave him some directions on it. He said he would have it done within 30 days. It's been over 30 days. He still does not have a tag on the vehicle. So it's going to go to the code violation. It'll go to the magistrate. The next one is a code violation, 16377 Southwest County Road 346. This one has been an ongoing, because every time we get to code violated, it changes property owners.
Oh.
It's probably been like 3 years that we've been trying to do this. Code violated it again 2 months ago, and the lady that owned it sold it. So the code violation went to the new property owner. He came in and talked with me, said he would have some work done on it within 30 days. It's been over 30 days, and the only thing he's done with it is cut the weeds in the yard. It's got 2 unsafe buildings in it, so it's going to go to the magistrate. The last one is a final courtesy letter, 16538 Southwest County Road 346. This is the little building across from the post office. It used to be a,
What was it?
It's Danny Williams or Tommy. I'm not sure.
Tommy Williams. It's the little red brick building across the street from the post office, right behind the gas
Yeah,
station.
what did they ever do there? I don't remember
It
that
was,
ever being open.
construction.
He would usually keep the grass cut in it, but the grass is like 2 feet tall right now. And I've seen 2 letters, and he's just not done anything with it. Item number 4, the Assistant County Manager is going to be presenting 2 joint infrastructure projects to the county board. These were the ones that y'all talked about at the joint meeting. One of them is going to be resurfacing 143rd Avenue and placing millings on 141st Lane, Southwest 174th Street, and Southwest 147th Avenue. The second one is gonna be Wild Spaces Public Places, which will be the match grant for the community center over at the Maddox Park. Item number 5, we received approval from the county for our Small Cities and Towns Tourism Grant Program application. This will be for the 6th of July fireworks program. This past Friday, Edmonds came in on site and did some training with Tangi and Cindy. Tangi is much more comfortable with her programs now. When he was going over the programs with Tangi, he found a lot of issues that he didn't even realize were there. Some he corrected on site, some he realized he's going to have to take back and correct there. Same thing with Cindy, so it's an ongoing process with them. Number 7 is an update with USDA on the community center. The only thing we're still outstanding there is the back door on the left-hand side and the floor. The original order for the door came in. The door was too small. They had to go back and reorder it again. Won't do anything with the floor until we get the door replaced and painted. And then item number 8 is the things that Public Works has done. They had about 100 locates on Archer Road because the state's getting ready to go in and do some regrading there, repaving. They had to locate all the water lines on Archer Road. 45. They had a couple of leaks that they did in Holly Hills, several trees that they removed over the area the last couple of weeks. And they did some grading on Southwest 139th Avenue, Pearson Street, Southwest 143rd Avenue, Southwest 131st Street, First Avenue, Southwest 176th Street, and Southwest 168th Street. And they assisted in the Memorial Day ceremony, both at the morning and the evening one, and cut back some of the sidewalks on County Road 346. It was easier for our guys to go do it than trying to get the county out here to do it because it was so overgrown. So they went out and cut that area over there. And that's all I have, Mayor. Oh, and on the back of you, you have a copy of the 2 infrastructure grants that we provided for the county. One is for the roads and one is for the community center project, and you also have a copy of the 2 flyers that we have for the fireworks project, or fireworks of the 6th of July. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Attorney report.
For the sake of time, Madam Mayor, I don't have a report this evening. I have a sneaking suspicion we will be back here again this month, so I will provide a lengthy update at that time.
Thank you. Commissioner reports, you want to start us off, Commissioner?
I have no report other than I continue to represent North Central Florida Planning Council, and I am now the chair for a year, so unless you guys get rid of me.
Thank you. Commissioner Green.
No, just that, just want, Mr. Lewandowski is gone, I just want to commend them on the, Veterans Memorial Day program, which was awesome.
Yeah, it was. It was. Thank you. That's it, you should. Commissioner White? We got it all? Okay. Vice Mayor?
Okay, the, memorial that, for Memorial Day. Also, I went to the opening of the museum for the jars.
June 1? Yeah.
June the 1st. And if y'all look
Truth
in the
and
games,
Reconciliation.
if y'all look in the games of the sun, y'all see me and Marilyn
It's for me?
Jordan Marlowe picture. And
Yes.
About it. Oh, we are still looking for vendors for July 6th. So if y'all know anyone, please, and we're supposed to meet tomorrow with a guy who's gonna help us to do put on a car show, hopefully.
So this for the,
Red, white, and blue.
okay, looking for vendors, okay.
Looking for vendors.
We need to work out a deal of some sort with Tamika Hicks.
Hello, and let her do it.
And she
Because she
can bring-
is great.
She can bring vendors in. And we could work out a deal where she could have their events at the community center.
Yeah, but see, when I asked ACPO to do things like that, and they started doing things like that, then it was said that we need to charge the organizations because we are approving too much, too many free options. Yeah, but my whole thing is she can, and that was my whole point. When you have organizations that are dutiful in the community and they are doing something, we need them to do something. But, and especially because we can't meet and plan things, but having them to do it, it's very helpful.
And I'm not gonna get into it with you tonight.
Yeah, we ain't gonna
But
get
there is
into
a
it,
reason
period.
that we had to, yeah. I mean, when you're renting it once a month, I mean, you're wanting it once a month.
Yeah, but she is awesome. And I tell her that all the time, because every single thing that they do when they have vendors, she have some of everybody, things you wouldn't even think of. So, yeah.
3 counties and know everybody too.
Exactly. All right. Were you done?
Oh, yeah, I was
I did have one thing, Mayor. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I knew Deputy Gargalack, huh?
We have a second comment here.
Okay.
I will hurry, but this is important. Deputy Gargalack asked me to question about the golf cart signs. And when would they be up?
Oh.
Because without those, he is having a hard time enforcing our golf cart community. And he said we needed them at every entrance to the city.
Okay.
Right on the city limits.
Oh, we did
And,
talk about
I'll
that.
check on them in the morning.
I apologize, I forgot it. So,
It's okay. Thank you. Okay, so, I don't think I have anything either, other than town hall meeting in 3 days. Yeah, and that I enjoyed the programs from Mr. Lewandowski. So, let's go on with this last comment period. 3 minutes, state your name.
Lori Costello, citizen. Back to the historic street signs. 60% of all my mail reads 14235 South Oak Street. South Oak Street was my old street, 14235, so they're taking half of my new address and half of the new, old and new. And I've called everywhere and nobody can change it. Google, they can't change it. So I know that I'm not the only one that is going, the street address is not going to the new street address in Archer. So that is another important reason why we need to keep those historic street signs, okay? It's crazy, but that's what they do, half and half. And they've been doing it forever. And I've called.
I live in the upstairs garage. That's our address. 16978 Southwest 133rd Place. That's the garage. That's where they have, for emergency, that's where they're gonna get me and Mary. So it's been that way since 2007.
Yeah, well, they won't change
The
the
county
living
appraiser's
on.
office have my wife and I living in that upstairs storage
Yeah,
garage.
well, this
Let her get
is
finished.
Google and everything that puts me at Oak Street. So, also, Cindy's time cards for the last 6 or 7 months was showing that they were taking out of the general fund and not half water and half general. So I'm wondering, are we doing that because we don't have enough money in the general fund to pay payroll? all of the payroll.
Because I thought they came from both also.
I'm sorry, I looked at those and I hadn't noticed yet.
Yeah, there's like out of 7, 6 or 7, like 5 of them had, she put 100% out of the water fund. Maybe we can get that answered next meeting. Can we change, okay, so I've been trying to find the budget everywhere on the site. And so I finally emailed Deanna. I said, where is our budget? She told me where, and I said, emailed her back, and I says, the only budget that's there is the tentative budget. And she says, that's the name of it, tentative budget. I said, a tentative budget is a tentative budget. Can we, if it's not a tentative budget and it's our budget, can, you know, I'm very familiar with budgets, and that threw me for a loop. Can we change that or add another budget and just put city budget instead of tentative budget? Because it sounds like it's a tentative budget.
Madam Mayor, it is a tentative budget because we have to make an amendment to it, and at the end of the year, we have to.
But it always used to be called just the budget.
I know, I don't know why.
So it has to be called
But it is a
tentative budget.
tentative budget because we are supposed to be making amendments to it, and we're not even doing that.
Yeah, right. Okay, so now I understand. I totally
So that was,
understand. It's just-
your 3 minutes, dear.
Okay, we just used to never named it like that, and I'm just like, oh, gosh, thank you.
That's what we gonna do. We got 1 minute left. We gonna adjourn or we gonna let some, what we gonna do?
You else want to talk?
Anybody else want to talk? We gonna extend?
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Commissioner Hope,
Yes, ma'am.
very much. I appreciate it.
No attacks here.
Thank you.
Allison Ellis Citizen. I was coming to talk about my water bill. I don't know when I was supposed to come up here.
Oh, okay. All right, so, yeah. Do we have a motion to extend this meeting?
Make a motion to extend the meeting 10 minutes, ma'am.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Hope and a second by Vice Mayor. A good night. Any discussion? No public discussion on the motion? All right. All in favor of the motion on the floor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed likewise. Motion carries 5-0. Okay, so, hi, Ms. Ellis.
Ellis, yes.
Pleasure to meet you after so much has gone on. I wish I'd known you were coming because, yeah, it's a lot. Have you been able to pay, what was it, the
The
$6,500?
new lender said that he is gonna pay it first thing in the morning. He just wanted me to come here and see if you guys were willing to do anything about the lien before. he
So, in my email, I stated to you that until that was paid, the commission said they were not willing to do anything until
And I
that's.
tried to explain that to
Okay.
him, and he said that he will pay it in the morning. He couldn't get there today.
And
I've been telling him that.
What's his name? Did you?
His name is Herb. I'm not sure what his last name is.
Okay, and did you send me that phone number?
No, but I don't think I sent you that number. I sent you the lawyer's number.
Okay.
But if you want to call and verify, he said he will come here first thing in the morning. It will be paid in full.
Okay, what's his number?
Hold on. It is. 352 281 8324.
8324, all right. I'll try to give him a call in the morning and see what he has to say, and also check to see if the payment has been paid.
Okay.
And if so, then maybe Tony could reach out to everybody and let them know that it's been paid. And,
Okay.
yeah, and then we can, either me or him could respond to you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for your patience.
additional public comments? Meeting adjourned.
I love y'all like a ship on the ocean.